it brought me to back here. So that means that I still have to do the picking up bottles and talk to this guy.
Thin man, as you step in, it must be the man. Puts his he smile. It's almost like
And talk to the
you
door.
see. You immediately feel the cobalt blue. The door does.
You do? It is quite pretty. Gart is the
Mm.
person to ask.
Okay. And then I want to go back upstairs, collect those bottles, and then we'll talk to Gart. Take a second and also equip things to attempt.
Kim also tries not. He nods.
No problem.
And
The fan stands.
not the fan. And let's try and turn this
A
off.
mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The chain cutters slip out of your hands.
There. Gotta at least try, right? See anything else? Okay. Where am I on Hobocop? 80%? 50 minutes? Okay. Let's quick save.
Can I help you?
Sylvie,
Yes,
Bird.
the bird. You broke
I assure you.
It's as if he can't
Why on earth did you have to break
It's a
I can't
mystery.
attend a time.
All right. Did she say anything?
She was flattered.
Thanks, I guess.
Or can you give him a moment? Somehow you realize this is not going to net you any profession.
What thing?
This
Yes,
all.
not, they,
He hates the union, but
I don't.
We should find out who. We don't. We have to wait.
Oh, yes, that door, sure.
You know what's behind the
No,
door.
I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
Junk and dust.
he's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Think you'd like to know what's back there.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't
Fair.
opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that. What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
By the way, I'm going to sing karaoke.
Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit.
Okay, Inland Empire. Alright, apparently I can grab money from there. Kind of funny. Okay. Let's try to continue. I don't know why the computer crashed.
And a hunter and a gatherer, feel like a traveler.
Mumbles to himself, accenting the beats as he goes
Simple
along.
little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
Keep listening.
From another planet. Hey there.
Am the
You
law.
sure are, my man.
Nods emphatically. What's going on here?
Jam, my man.
Pushing towards the sprawl of lorries with a sweeping
It's a
gesture.
traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, exactly.
It's official. He too agrees. This is the antechamber of the afterlife.
So, how long have you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Extravagantly phrased. I can roll with it.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
Behind
Snickers.
the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need?
Here to spare some change for a working stiff?
Oh, no, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work. The
Yeah.
bosses, man.
I don't know who these bosses think they are, but that sounds like an arrangement for
Yeah,
them.
it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had saved 4 myself.
Makes sense. What about the strike?
It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands. No way in or out.
What's the union
Some pretty
demanding?
wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like, a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Seems to be. My computer didn't feel hot, so I don't know why it blue screened. And I never had any trouble when I played this originally, so that feels weird.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
What do you think
They
the company
wanna keep
wants?
that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching. Anything else?
Anything else?
Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid.
Right?
I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
Hmm.
Us lorry drivers. Can't
Maybe.
be worse. If you still hang around here waiting for this mess to end,
No.
most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really.
Not
Not
you?
my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer
Right.
the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
Our eyes and a glint of something in his eye. About the dead man.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Busy with what?
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
And your conclusion.
Sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
Makes sense, really. What do you haul it?
High-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Time to arrest him.
You're under arrest.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing.
Okay.
They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the
Occident?
Iran market lately.
So nothing
Not
illegal.
unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
It's your
It's
machine.
rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of.
Oh well.
You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
Lorries are pretty neat.
For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These found tracksuits need to find their way to the kids way out in Wamrau and Loran Bird somehow.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
Could I, get one of those found
We're
tracksuits?
pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
And another
The man
question.
taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
What do I see in his eyes?
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
My man, I want to know about your
You
soul.
really are the law, aren't you? I get that being bluntly observant and inquisitive comes with the territory, but it certainly doesn't help with your conversational skills, does it?
Just like that,
I try.
he slips out of your reach. It is possible the yelling didn't help.
I
Don't be
guess
a
that makes
stranger.
sense. Thanks, Tommy. You have anything else to say with you?
I can't believe it's snowing again. It felt like springtime just a few days ago.
Right. Damage looks caused by an earthquake. The monster did this to the plaza. Enormous bowls worthy of a real man. I think it's fair. 22 minutes. Oh, this ain't his lane.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Okay.
An off-key melody starts playing
Just
after you
go
ring
down the
doorbell.
electric
Then
doorbell.
a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
This is the police.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer.
Open
I
the
thought
door.
you
Static.
were... The doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep
All right.
indicates that the line has gone dead.
Andrew Orlando Hair
You
SCA.
ring the doorbell, but no one answers. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair. All you hear is static, but no one answers.
Boxing Young Athletes Gym, 24th
You ring
window.
the doorbell, but nothing happens.
Emma's Fashion
You wait
Altier.
for a minute or two, but
Lebron's
all you get from the call box is
Back.
silence.
See something?
Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore.
Slipstream
You hear
SCA.
static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver but isn't saying anything.
Hello, anyone there?
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
This is a woman's voice crackling and fragile through the static.
Have you come to place an order?
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly.
Hold on, Tricentennial Electronics. I thought this was calling Slipstream SCA.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
Sorry?
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice.
No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
You know each other.
Just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Hold on, tell me what's going on.
Ever since I came to work here, it's different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
Sounds
A
nice.
spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it It sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice.
So nice.
It's so nice to be able to finally meet again.
Good about
She
what?
sounds like she's about to cry.
Hello?
She doesn't answer.
Are you still
Silence.
there?
The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay.
What just happened?
Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
Alright. It's goodbye then.
Press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read.
Fortress Accident SCA.
Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident.
Rivishall Ice
Silence.
City.
No one answers. the
Main
doorbell.
hall, building B, whirling in
Nothing
wrecks.
happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you.
East Delta Pinball.
Silence. No one answers your call.
Empty
This button
card.
looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Interesting. Well, let's try this volition.
No. Hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric emotions. Forget it. Find something else to do.
I need hysteric emotions in my life. 8 minutes. See if I can. What was the check that she needed?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you?
Suggestion.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Do I have anything on that? It's my suggestion. Yes, I did. It was the shirt, I think. Yeah. Okay. Try this
Hi,
again.
Ace Detective. Are you here for
72%.
more books?
Because you know each other.
Yes.
She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
And we already did this earlier.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time. You've been running around all week without your. Of course.
I'm
you
gonna
stopped by
kinda-
a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
I'm trying.
I can see. You don't have party eyes any.
Party eyes.
I'm not
You know.
the swiveling eyes. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now.
Been partaking
Oh,
in
baby,
narcotics.
That's not what you have to worry about.
I
Hmm.
didn't know I had to do that.
Learned something
I'm
about
very happy,
myself.
sir.
Okay. Now that that's done. 3 minutes. Maybe I should go talk to Plaisance inside. Gift books.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundal somewhere.
Yumdal. Barkeeper, tell me about these Muscle Man books.
Man from Hyundal. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
Why are they so popular?
Violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
Which one should I start with?
Doesn't matter. They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hyundalaman, the man from Hyundal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Rows and rows of Hyundalamen blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundal and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyundal, Return to Hyundal. And the solipsistic Man from Hyundal and the Hyundal Man.
Oh. How many are there?
Maybe 100. Man from Hyundal and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Hyundal and the false god. Man from Hyundal and the scorched earth. Man from Hyundal, the Hyundal colonies. Man from Hyundal and the swamp beast. Man from Heimdall and the Snow Crabs.
Snow crabs is probably the good one.
Not even close. Man from Heimdall in Hell. Man from Heimdall and the Forest of Slaves. Man from Heimdall under the lake. Man from Heimdall, Heimdall burning. There's even The Trial of Death, a pastoral combat gamebook set in the world of Heimdallaman, and so much more.
Any of these books?
Nothing of interest.
Nothing
Only
stands out.
silence and the cosmic background pain radiation.
Alright.
Hobocop.
We got Hobocop. They've now internalized it.
Technically, you wouldn't be a cop anymore, but a hobo. That would mean game over for the cop chapter of your adventures. But who knows where the hobo part takes you? To the bar? The old L'Assommoir? To the pier or the sewers? To Le Royaume, where for 300 years they interred the dead. You could plunder royalist crypts for long-forgotten triple malt bourbon, then fight the Aramakan beast that lurks the bottommost sepulchres. The secrets of the city are
Those
all
are
yours.
All
at last.
words. I totally understand. Reveals extra special collector's edition. Tar bottles on the map. More money from selling tar. Learning cap for shivers raised to 6. That is what I needed. Raise up my shivers. Okay. And now I should be able to find more bottles, which means
A small mountain
more
of
money,
colorful board game boxes.
eventually.
There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
What board games do you have here?
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography.
You see,
Growlbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family?
wow, I have children, a
It
family.
certainly feels like whatever you are will die with you.
Ouch. I don't want to have children with me. I don't feel as if I have any kids.
Technically like family.
Little
For
surprised.
playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
Oh, real,
Wonderful
huh?
board Growlbritter.
Who are you going to play board games with?
Oh, I have friends. Look at the
Are you
lieutenant.
actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Want to
Don't
have
be so hard on yourself, sir. You just need to clean up a bit. And technically, friends are a bit like... For playing with friends,
Okay.
I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where
What are
you build a
these
civilization. The
whirl
fuzzy auras
things?
there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types.
Role-playing
You
games.
know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts.
Cult
But they have
enthusiasts.
rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them though.
Look at the pile of whirl-related items.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The
D&D.
topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition.
Second
There's
edition.
also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Catawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick-Your-Path adventure gamebook titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag.
Anything that really
There's a
catches my
box
eye.
that says Wirral, 3rd edition mega setting supplements module. The side panel notes a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real.
25 real. Really expensive. of national recipes of Ardia. Or I talk to her. Yes.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen
It's Dick
over
Mullen.
and over.
What's all this crime fiction?
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're
Dear
fortunate
me.
to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer,
Apparently.
You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
All
Crime
of them.
fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books
Right.
greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single
Right.
mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Sure thing.
You see Dick Mullen on the job.
This might take a little
Mullen,
while.
The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the Murder House. The Final Case of Dick Mullen. An Obvious Lie.
Final
Dick
case.
Mullen in the Clock Tower. The Ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's Funeral Pyre. The Murder of Dick Mullen.
Those last two sound like he's already dead. He dies?
Turns out he faked it to solve a case.
Oh, okay, good. Any more?
Yes, there's also The Dame Who Did It. Farewell, My Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. Come on.
I see.
This is not the way real police solve crimes. The real police are some 20 kilometers away, sitting in an armored motor carriage.
Come on, Chester. Tell the story again.
Mm,
Again? Man, I tell that one at least once a month. It's not that interesting.
The fuck it is. And these guys haven't heard it. You see,
civilian sitting in the
Chester
back
here-
seat. And there, and the lean man. Chester faked his own death once.
Gosh, why?
One of the citizens looks on amazed. Old man.
A very
Well, there's a
fucking
reply.
dangerous case, ain't that right, Chester? They almost got you that time.
Yeah, sure came close. Alright, so I was tailing this guy called Francis the Shoe.
Answers the shoe. And the motor carriage thick with cigarette smoke. Inside it starts to rain.
After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Who is...
Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It seems very close by, pulsating just out of reach.
Alright. Tome of fascist magic. Rather candid. Quaint picture book brochure. Very colorful.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
Anything of
I would
note.
say, The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly.
Greatest
It's an
Innocence.
important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
Who or what is an innocent?
A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things.
Thought it was about which of these innocents is the coolest and greatest.
Perhaps for a layman, deep analysis is necessary to peel back the multi-layered meanings.
I recommend it.
Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
Look through the display of
Browsing
books.
through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook. High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star.
Anti-Star.
He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other.
Does it work that
Next
way?
to that, Rivasholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long.
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately corrects course.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
Okay. What's this?
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez. This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are
Caillou.
Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme, Ozon, Laurentide, Fas à la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black
You heard
and white.
of Caillou? I mean, I know Caillou. Caillou? Very
In the
similar.
northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you.
And first, can you see cities on these islands?
You can on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star on Ozon, Fondelier, and Vimandu on archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers, on Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide.
So many
Aurora
words.
Of the seven seas.
So many names of things.
Lost little pearls of light, tiny fires in the dark. The
Look at the
ocean
edge.
breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness.
Pale
Orly
nothingness.
is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seol is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called.
Okay.
Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods. But looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away. Perhaps they are gods. Gods of distance and outer dust.
Map of
The
Revachol.
north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance.
Shattered.
Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Rivershell East.
West of the river.
It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad.
Jamrock.
People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forburg. It's almost as bad and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst.
Coal City's the worst.
You feel you're just west of Coal City, somewhere above Jamrock and close to Coal City. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them.
There.
They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Why is Martinez so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago, they also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps. They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going.
For some reason.
It would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
I'll buy it.
To be informed of your surroundings.
Now I have map, which means
The worn map
interact with it.
features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner.
Only a couple of years in game.
Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
Right. Okay. Probably fine.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's
Paranormal
also
books.
a wide range of paranatural literature.
Look through the
Amidst
shelf.
the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
How does it work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything.
Well,
Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
say
The
anything
book
else.
features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Starkeep, what books are these?
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
A police store. Find something truly
The
otherworldly.
throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pale.
What's the
book
pale?
contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted.
What's this book
The
about?
book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pale, also known as le territoire. For example,
Wow.
it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pale.
Sounds
It is
painful.
supposedly invigorating and good for the circulation.
What
It
else?
also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pale. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pale and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired.
Pale
Among
age
other
liquor do.
benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health.
Probably get my hands on some of that. Else is in there.
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pale, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour.
Strolls through the
These strolls
pale.
promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need.
Anything else?
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
Well, I certainly don't need that.
Close the book and return it to its place on the shelf.
Okay, it's worth 420. Good to know. Okay, we're going to try talk to the lady to get the little girl inside. Because
Yes?
little girl needs to be warm.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
A golden pendant hangs around the woman's neck, in the shape of what looks like a tiny fish head trapped in amber.
Seem to be well off enough. Can you give me some money? I feel there won't be an opportune moment to ask later.
Sir, don't be ridiculous. I certainly will not give you money. I would be doing you a grave psychic disfavor. One has to
Psychic
earn one's respect,
disfavor.
even if one is a police officer. Handcuffs
Morning,
are
Socket.
nothing but manipulation. All they do is make you dependent.
What is this insolence? She misunderstood.
Misunderstand me. I am a powerful feudal lord. Men tribute. This is about traditions.
Now, hey there. Sounds like someone isn't taking responsibility for the energy they bring into this space.
Yeah, I mean,
Tribute?
wouldn't it be nice?
These are not the traditions we're used to in this part of the world.
Curious pendant you're wearing.
Oh yes, helps to have an anchor in these times.
Just the pendant narrows her eyes as well. Are you the owner of the store?
I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Your voice high pitched sounds familiar. Talked to her before through the
She's
doorbell.
fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work. What if I want to buy a book?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go, get back there. The books await you.
What types of books do you have?
Everything's on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She smiles
All
and
right.
nods, seemingly relieved.
The girl outside mentioned that this place is cursed. Maybe I should say, your daughter is the one standing outside the store, yes?
My daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes, of course.
Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
And certainly very polite.
Her dedication brings joy
Helpful.
to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
The way you're handling her strikes me as wrong. You're to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor.
Mind
This.
your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business.
Assures me her dismantle the free market.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
Depends how much you pay the kid.
Sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it
Doing
for
okay.
her as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
Slap the cuffs on her.
Formally reprimand you for your corrupt activities.
Of course, officer. Good work. Are we done with the jokes now?
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
No, we're not done. The pressure made her really anxious. Now she's been chewing her nails.
I've told her not to do that. It's disgusting. And I told you to mind your own business. Clearly, you have no idea how hard it is to raise a girl in this economy.
This economy is a mysterious force, like cosmic weather.
Cosmic weather.
Mysterious and harsh.
I don't think she can do anything about
Can,
that.
if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
Why not?
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
You're doing is wrong. Even I know that, and usually I don't know anything. Actually, it's super alright for kids to chew their hands off. Forget I said anything. No. What you're doing is wrong.
Stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She
Suddenly,
must be freezing out there.
he exhales sharply. Shoulders slump down.
There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
She stops, but her mouth keeps moving.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
You're like Annette to your husband, your mother.
Oh, well, my mother was horrible, of course. Absolutely perverse energies around that person. But my husband...
Shakes her
My
head.
husband is completely different, of course.
This husband, Annette's father.
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
And Couronne.
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighbourhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
And your husband's also involved with the
He made
bookstore?
initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
She an only child?
I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
Why not?
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father, so I don't expect you to understand.
Ouch, but fair.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand.
She told me she doesn't go to school anymore.
She's been too busy helping me here, so she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
Alright, I had something else in mind.
Aloof. Her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Farewell for now. Book peddler?
Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey, you.
Yes,
Yes,
rhetoric?
you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Again?
Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too?
Yes, we should stop building love. Can't
So,
argue with that.
what about all that communism you've promised to build? Word on the street is you've woken up from 1,000 years of slumber,
1,000
promising
years.
to erect a version of communism many times greater than any attempted before. Is that true?
How come there's word on the
You
street?
keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the land.
I don't know if I've said any of that.
Tell all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket. Literally murder all human beings, regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
They haven't said any of that.
Not in so many words, but don't deny it. You're about to rip off that mask of social democracy and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that will devour and masticate mankind.
That doesn't sound great.
Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
What is communism even about?
It's about failure.
Failure?
Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts.
Oh no.
Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers.
This doesn't
million-headed armies of
sound
nations
great.
And the love of your own mother.
Finally, the love of my own mother.
Against the atom, the charm and the spin. Where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist. Now get to work, comrade.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm into this whole communism thing like this. I don't know about eating the rich.
Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. Tell the working man it's over, unless anyone has objections. Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one? There's no one. Okay then, lie down and let the water carry you downstream.
By communism. Hey, child.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
You just can't win. Out of the rain
true.
and into the gutter.
What are you doing now?
It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away.
What is
I
it?
thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean.
Dick Mullen's hat.
Does.
Where did you get
That's
it?
what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there.
It's a fedora?
Maybe. It's the hat Dick Mullen wears all the time. He'll look way more serious with that. Right.
Okay.
I have to get back to my homework now. Before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
There's no such thing as ham-fisted. Unless you're using ink. My shirt on. Put my Dick Mullen encyclopedia hat on. And my gloves back on. Okay. And now I have this map. And can see some of the white checks that I haven't done. Or haven't succeeded in. Alright. Time to look back here.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
What's behind the curtains?
Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you
Fiddles
feel
with her
compelled
pendant.
to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Yeah.
You see some kind of charm, an
Charm.
irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges.
And who are the Seminese?
Inhabitants of Elysium, the Seminine Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Let's pull these open.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Closed around her pendant, her fingers nervously playing with the talisman.
Logically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
This is the curse. Did you, why you're fired?
It's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
And since this place calling for me, must investigate beyond the threshold.
My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
I'm a police officer.
Not like anyone was killed there.
Stops abruptly, her hand flies, cover her mouth, baffled by her own
I
bluntness.
don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
The powers, huh? I don't care. I'm opening them.
Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Alright, I'll be right back, curtains. This is important to the investigation.
Officer, and welcome to Crime Romance.
What's up with the curtains?
It's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
What's with the Seminese ward if it's just a storage room?
Decoration.
Wavers under your gaze, mouth pressed, tight lip smile, then something breaks.
Fine. It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Ruined everything.
You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing.
How does this curse manifest?
Is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
Shiver runs through the woman as she looks around dimly lit store.
Of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Curse of bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
I'm a little confused. The mentioned previous tenants have experienced some financial troubles.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here.
Supernatural.
It's the demons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements.
Cacao demons. I guess they
Something
would.
wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds
Right.
familiar.
I feel unwanted. What does that
Truly
mean?
so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous.
Why did you just didn't tell me
It's not
about
good
it
to talk about the
right
curse,
away?
not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
Void wraiths, huh? Have you sought anyone for help?
I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough.
Is your pendant part of the wards as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
15%? Would you like me to take the case? I could investigate, see if the curse is real.
Certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess.
I'm
Stay away.
pretty
Leave the spirits be,
supernatural.
so they can return to their slumber.
Psychic arts? Sounds right down our alley.
Gave smart-ass parenting advice? I thought I gave good parenting advice. Oh well. No.
Slither up to her.
Got it.
You silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Wait, what if I don't want to lie?
You're not lying. You're giving her peace of mind. The means are thus justified.
Ma'am, I came here to help. I've handled paranatural situations before.
Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
I've sensed psychic emanations from afar. Sleeper beyond calls out. Turn from the void, a paradetective from the long line of paradetectives.
You're no paradetective. You look nothing like one. And you're clearly a drinker. Pardon me for being so blunt, but...
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook.
Good job, Kim.
Go ahead then. Rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
Minute, I've had my share of drinks, but only because the spectral realm is parapsychologically taxing. See, it's necessary to drink spirits in order to contact the void.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
Your wards brought me here in the first place. Simone's blood also runs through me. I'm a void revenant, with powers to debad all the bad energies.
I would have realized. A pattern lies within the fabric.
It's true.
The hand of fate guides us. Our meeting couldn't have been mere chance.
Never been mere chance.
Perhaps you truly are the one to deliver this woman from the doom.
But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
No problem whatsoever. Your family is safe. The phantoms are no match for me.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
And your heart, my honor, on my honor.
Thank
Yes.
you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
The
Do
entity?
not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
The entity? Of course, the entity. Or I have sensed its
You have?
presence.
The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I
witch.
first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney?
Chimney. Passage between heaven and hell, of course.
That chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous.
Clearly.
She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume.
He did the bookstore's back
Go
door.
find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin.
Okay, that's probably all. We did it! We can look behind the curtains.
You see a set of tattered curtains.
All the curtains.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Right. Actually, tools. Let's pick out the flashlight. Might be a little dark in here. Ghostly silhouettes of hair dryers. Vaguely androgynous portrait of a man.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Knock on the door.
Only an echo. No one is there.
Lock the door with the key.
After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Yeah, maybe you should go first.
You're the one in charge.
Alright. I'm in charge of this whole investigation, I guess. I can talk to Kim.
What is this place?
Lieutenant stares at the dusty training equipment. Adventure.
No, it's a gym. Though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
If there's a reason why no one's been here.
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now,
Move on. Okay. A ball? Shot put ball? Which I can probably give to that guy. Or I could sell it for 13, but let's give it to the guy. Poster says Citrus Fortis. Rest is worn. Worn out wall bars. They look unsafe.
A barbell lies on the floor.
If I fail this,
has worn off its weight plates.
it might kill me.
It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard.
Okay.
Why does it feel so familiar?
Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter?
It's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone. It's just
a whistle. Okay, it's a trap. There are no collars on this barbell.
Right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
And the bastard would just remove collars.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
So I have a 3% because my physical instrument is terribly low. I have next to no chance of getting this, but let's try anyways, because fun. And that's a bummer. Damaged 1 health. Health critical, heal yourself.
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous.
There goes
Your
my
hands
only...
slick with sweat. Turns out you're no beast, just an old man with bad form. See? See? This place is cursed.
Seems like a little out of shape. Maybe these gloves just suck. Weightlifting is intellectually impaired anyways.
Proper weightlifting gloves would definitely afford a better grip.
Lieutenant agrees. Okay, let's look for weightlifting gloves for the future. Yeah. I feel like I should be seeing more. But am I blocked by all the window panes and debris? Okay. Naked mannequin. Ortho, strange yellow color. Oh, some money. Blue velvet, moth bitten. Are the glows I used to display here? Nope.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes,
Safety curtain.
folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. This must be where the entity lives.
Knock
What
on
an
it.
odd thing to do. Nothing happens. Still nothing. No.
Knock even harder. Oh,
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm,
I'm
your jaw.
guessing this is bad.
Very bad. This is the end. Bad. All
I'm
you
unconscious.
feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face.
Well,
like you always thought you would. You only see pain and fear.
I think I died.
First final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was broken. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case.
On the brink. Didn't I... What I saved after I picked up the thing. Okay. Do this again. And I can't look at that this time for some reason.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered after exerting some force.
Detective.
Okay.
What is this place?
Maybe the Artem's boxing gym for young
You're
up.
right. Though it looks like no one's been here. I doubt the electricity.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because it's no need to look for.
Okay. Got the ball. Probably not.
There are no. Why does it feel so? No, it's just a.
You're right. The weight may fall off. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations.
Probably will leave this for now. As I am just weak. Oh, there, it lit up better. Save. And that I can say things now. Humogen, full of strange liquid. There you, stuffed and mounted. Ship rotors, covered in spider webs. Find you blades. Mannequin torso. Money. Velvet. Skis with slipstream painted on them and top layer. Movers. Production schedule element. More money. This Emma's Altair is usually used on display. More money. Postcard. A delta. Full of melting snow. Quick save again. Just to interact with this.
An iron safe. This must be what an odd thing. Still nothing. No one's home. Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now. If this is really an entrance to the chimney, then there must be a furnace somewhere as well. Maybe there's another way to get in.
Another way.
Can you please try to refrain from attacking random things?
You need to find the malignant entity, Kim. This is the chimney. It's not random, this is significant.
Ghosts aren't real. Didn't your parents tell you that?
Come on.
In any case, there's no way we can get in right now. Let's investigate further.
Ghosts are totally real.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes, like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Inspect the drawings.
Pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic.
Wax-based.
Welkins, with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space.
Sidereal
space. All those creatures. Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind. One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Examine the welkin.
Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
Why would anyone spend so much time on this?
Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game.
Who are these creatures? Who drew them? Real?
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
One of them is a Welkin supremacist?
Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too.
Well, this has been educational. Move on from the Welkins.
So much effort.
And for what? All gone. The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones.
Hmm.
You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden.
Boreal Twarg.
Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our own world. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs
Heat
the world
death.
as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Inspect the schedule.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. Minimi stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called
Mini-me.
RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
What
As
happened?
time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Always failure
They didn't
and
make it.
regret. Lieutenant looks at the frigid ice field of
A note
nothingness.
in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." The
Check
handwriting
notes.
is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe."
Okay. Dealing with another heat death of the universe situation.
This old fireplace
Pretty normal.
is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. A diagram for summoning some time-forgotten being. The symbols seem very esoteric. The
Yeah.
whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic.
Hold on, how do I know what Cadron mosaic tiles are supposed to look like?
History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun.
I might have gone to school. What am I
Radio
looking at?
frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Spelled unclear. It looks like
Radio
a
frequency
cardiovascular
for what?
system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
So we're dealing with something medical here?
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants.
There's the game master.
Someone very important, the leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency.
It's game then
Whoever
who's
decides
playing.
to call in to a call-in station, it looks like all of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
Oh, it's ambitious.
God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
The less money they had, the more ambitious the
Schedule.
project.
I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Yeah. What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Okay. This. Scribbled across the notebook, developers the most advanced RPG in the universe. And that went swimmingly, I assume.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
You think I should turn it on?
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Might as well
The
turn it
machine
on.
lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. machine's central compartment is wide open.
Look inside
It's
the
empty,
compartment.
like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment.
Insert the
With a
production
smooth
schedule.
draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Press
A
play.
bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest?
Possible.
Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter? The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
What's the production
filament
schedule?
you have inserted into the reader.
Mean the glowing thing I put
Yes.
inside?
Is that the production schedule?
Yes.
Good. Please repeat the password.
You should ask her for a hint.
Password, I'm really bad at passwords. Can you give me a hint?
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Is it my birthday?
Still no.
Please open this thing.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder Fortress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not
Darn
doing
it.
that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
Don't know the
If
password.
I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress
That's fair.
accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Why do you call me Fortress Accident?
Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Do you have any other information about this company?
Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
All in
That's
radio
not
games.
bad.
Wow, so conceptual.
Hmm.
And what's this interactive call-in
Any
radio?
other questions?
Stack trans out her response. What are you, a machine or are you alive?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She
Nice to
repeats
meet you,
back.
Yvonne.
Programming people are all paranoid.
Partner tells me that you're here because radio computer guys are all paranoid.
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect their filaments as a password repeater at the East Insulindian Station.
Okay, but why are you... Where are you? How did you know where I
I
am?
work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident.
I suppose so.
For me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Doesn't it get lonely?
Lonely?
You hear
Why
a chuckle?
would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
That's why she does this.
Makes sense.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do, Fortress Accident.
That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Spears along with the
Parts of
staff.
cube are still smoldering,
Let's hit...
casting the framework. If
Press print.
nothing happens,
Alright, we're gonna leave it.
Okay, what do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Try to exercise the curse using technology. Looks like undercover counterintelligence program. It's just failed business. The question is, what the hell were they making?
Yes, that is the question.
The lieutenant takes a step back, steepling his
It's
hands.
like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Make it work on
I'll take
computers.
this, he thinks, as a compliment.
Where are they planning to do that? Has anyone ever done this before?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in
Right.
the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio.
Okay.
Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Playing D&D. Has anyone
Not
done
to
this
my
before?
knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry. But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
And this was a role-playing game?
Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Right.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately.
Super
This
cool.
game is too good to be left unfinished.
What do you think happened to
No
the company?
idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed,
Wow.
it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but
And it tilts his head thinking, saying if they thought they could do this, just play to cheat money out of the investors' pockets. The curse got to them. See no other explanations. The world is cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it. I don't want to say that. Do we have any money? Give them more money to finish, so they can finish it and make it even
it's too
bigger.
late for that, I'm afraid.
Says, looking around, derelict room, pipes hell, rat
Okay.
crosses the floor.
Let's keep moving.
Alrighty. Double check these things.
Your flashlight slides over and some of the writing has the handwriting is
Okay.
this old fireplace a diagram for summoning some time forgotten being. The whole thing resembles cage.
Okay. I'm gonna be back. Be right back. Balcony after 22. Pulling it a day. Okay. We're gonna do that later. We have still about 6 hours in game. Grabbed something to munch on. Oh. More magnesium. And howls from a coal chute above. There.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment.
What is this thing?
The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
So they tried to sell ice cream from a hyper-carnivore.
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
It's the red sneaky cable running from the fridge.
Buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
Closed door. Okay. Ice cream maker defrosted, unplugged.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
What is this thing?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs.
What are you doing?
I'm hallucinating, or maybe it's the entity.
Wait, really? Take your head out of the chimney, please. It's not safe.
It feels safe to know that the lieutenant's got your back, now and always.
Smear your hands with coal.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint.
I don't know if I like this. Artmat Karazi. Smear your cheeks with black coal. This feels bad, right?
3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks, telling stories of your wild soul.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I am a reincarnation of an ancient Ilmarian warrior.
Face clean, officer.
No, you're a proud warrior. Keep it.
Authority, don't wipe it. I haven't done this before, so...
These 3 stripes give you strength in this dangerous realm. It would be foolish to remove them.
We're exploring a dark place, and I need protection. My war paint to forward.
And this protects you.
This is traditional war paint. Will grant me safe passage with the spirits that guard this place.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Honestly,
Just pointing out, this is not traditional 70s war paint. No idea where you got it.
Voices I heard might be the
You're
malignant
right. The
entity.
runes do look like they're connected, but malignant entities don't exist. At least not the supernatural kind.
I don't know if I want to kick it with my foot. Oh, my physical instrument went up because I war painted my face.
Something.
I did it. 42%.
A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Hello?
you've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs, the sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Okay. Before I go and find out about that. Flashlight shadow. There's a hidden doorway here. Let us continue exploring.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
Look, there's a hole in the wall. Shine a light.
There is, yes.
In
And there
compartment.
also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
I do.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
A rifle skim. Inspect
Most
the
of them
rifles.
are rusty and inoperable, like the rest, but one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others. Take it. You're a police officer. Police officers carry guns.
This looks nice.
That's
Take
a
the
rare
rifle.
sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
An old Belgrave from the Revolution. What does this
It
mean?
means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
He likes it. Busted guns underneath the ceiling. More guns.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall.
It's like I can interact with it again, but there isn't really anything to do with that. There's an ice cream maker that's still running. Oh, I got a healing item. That's good.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Let's
Something close to
unplug the
you
black one.
dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
Not like the red one.
Raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The
Okay. Intercom wires running through the breaker box. And an insane mesh tank top. Which over conceptualization and suggestion. Bit of drama doesn't sound bad, right? put that on. Where did she even get this one? No, really. We'll put it in the drawer. No further comments. You're on risk. Rifle, which I could sell as well. Alright, the handwritten note on the fridge.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe.
Okay.
You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Suliswaf.
Sulisla? Wonder who
Looks
we're up
like
now?
someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. That's a plausible hypothesis. It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer. Some local miscreant, probably. There are tons of them running around in Martinez, ready to stir up trouble. We usually dispatch our junior officers to deal with them. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box? This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand, detective. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Okay. -20 pry bar not strong enough. This isn't happening. We're just gonna leave it at that. And let's finish our looking into this whole place. And talk to whomever is in the chimney. Tray full of dice, colorful polyhedral dice, hundreds of them. And a dispenser has been repurposed to contain thousands of dice.
Hello, I'm Nia.
Hey, Nia. Like woman sits on a throne of tools with emerald light shining through her
Did you
hair.
try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius.
Elias.
So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity?
Could be.
Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now.
So...
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
What do you mean by Melius?
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But
Right.
some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
I haven't knocked on your window.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance?
Yes.
You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Why are you asking me about
I'm
dice?
a Naluti dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
God of War 4. When I get around to buying it, probably. And we're talking about, that's the one that's already out, not the new one. That's coming out. Make the die you need, that's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Sure.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set.
10
Unless you
real.
want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly.
Wow.
No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How'd you become a
How
dice
did I
maker?
become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at
Hmm.
first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Like role-playing games
Not
yourself?
especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
She's thankful for the security they provide her.
What do you know about the man?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about a dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It
Right.
shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
I imagine she has her head down as well. You mean by
Well,
daily
there's
ruckus?
always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire. She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation would intrude upon her focused existence.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
You never took your eyes off work to look
I
out the
might
window?
have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside.
You often work.
I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
You often work Sunday
It's an odd
nights.
profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
She nods.
Does that make sense?
Anything else, officer?
Where are
We're
we?
inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
He looks at the ruddy bricks that make up the walls, even though they've been repainted. There are still signs of coal black soot here and
When
there.
I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
Time to ask her about the curse.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
They explained what happened to all those companies.
Capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail.
Makes sense.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow?
Wise woman, she has Semini's trinkets protecting her against the curse. Has to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going. Hers is just biding its time.
All right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
Hold on, the Whirling in Racks is part of the Doomed commercial area?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Eltacomar Central project.
Our building malicious energies can't reach there.
And then there is me.
No worries, Bender. She sighs, looking at her messy work table. All kinds of tools lie there scattered, from knives, carving files, to wire
I've been
cutters.
here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Plaisance thinks you're
Malignant
the
entity?
source.
What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress?
Yeah.
What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
I think it still might be you that's causing this. You gonna see there's no curse?
So I'm the grand dragon in the cave. Might I ask what supports this claim?
I yelled to summon the ghost of the Doomed commercial area, and you were the one that answered. Something ghostly about you, ethereal even. The last man standing must be responsible.
Oh my, I've revealed myself.
Oh no.
Better call the exorcists.
I don't have to call anyone. I am a ghost whisperer myself.
Of course. How convenient.
Which is the route for now.
Well, if you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, then let me know.
That's all she has to say on the subject. She has been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see. Plaisance needs to hear about this. Perhaps if you combine your psychic energies, you will make sense of the situation.
Do you know what happened to other tenants? Everyone else is gone.
Less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Used to be a hair salon here?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
Scared of it?
It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
All wrong with a bit of experimenting. Customers should have been more open-minded. Wanted trudgers touch my hair. I don't really have many. Yeah.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
Too early. Before their time.
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
I talked to the book lady and convinced her to let me go through there by saying that I am a psychic detective who can solve this cursed mystery. So I have explored some of the rundown commercial area and found a place where a failed gaming studio happened to be, and I am now talking to a novelty dice maker who lives in the chimney of the building, and somehow her business of making dice hasn't failed, even though she's been here for 14 years, and all other businesses have. Steer at risk use from drugs and crime. Who was our
kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym as his way of giving back. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse.
Yep.
At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines. Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
What about the broken windows?
This one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with
24 hours a day.
Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed?
No.
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
What is this snuff?
Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims.
Oh.
Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in
Terrible.
her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Don't
Well.
worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck
Okay.
with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Did someone here make stuffed animals?
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist?
Yeah.
No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else?
Creepy
There used
mannequins?
to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years until the insect rights activists came.
Insect rights activists?
Hmm. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know
see.
how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
Someone took care of the little guys. I like insects. Insects don't have any brains or feelings. Not what they deserved. I like the little guys.
Really? Anyway.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
Insects are important to the case. We know this now. But the rotor
They were made
blades.
by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
Of course.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
What do
The
these
usual,
transmissions
I
say?
imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Oh my. Smile widens before she sees the lieutenant's face behind you.
That are a curse.
Lieutenant, sir.
But Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
Found a strange
Fortress
machine.
Accident, the radio game studio.
Yes.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
What do you mean, liberal?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
What went wrong?
I did hear them talking at times.
She looks at the hallway as if she can still hear the chit-chat behind her curtain. A cigarette break.
They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She
Right.
sounds almost mocking when she says that.
It did look
Yes,
impressive.
But when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You
Right.
know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic and to show up to work on time.
She's right.
Makes sense.
Showing up to work on time is important.
Well, showing up to work is incredibly hard.
And so is producing something extraordinary.
Eyes wander the shelves full of toy prototypes and discarded
Something
models.
strains her face before she looks up again.
Anything else?
There was a terrifying taxidermied bear in the
Oh
cellar.
boy, the fabled Revo Show ICT. You're in for a treat here.
Miles leaned closer, hands on knees, like a stand-up comedian, ready to
The
tell a
place was
story.
owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
What about their other
There
ideas?
was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth.
Mhm.
And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Leans back, disapproving.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls.
Makes sense. Expect 20 cents per hour as dogs pay. As they showed up to work at all.
Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand.
Oh,
And they already had the bear.
what about the
The
bear?
bear.
Mrs. Thumbs to her temples, trying to suppress a headache.
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually,
Oh, man.
Rapshow Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
Market doing its job. I'm sure the bear was doing its
Maybe.
best.
Because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't. Doing his best, I mean. He said
Okay.
that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherian.
Megatherium.
Megatherian, a mega wild beast.
What's a mega wild
It's an
beast?
imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
The
Oh.
horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
I don't do
Very good.
drugs.
You shouldn't do them.
I
You're a
stopped
police officer
the
after all.
drugs.
Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire. Anything else?
Sad ice cream.
Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
On the building's intercom, but it's not working.
Right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
Whirling in Rags is part of the same building complex.
So, both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
So the name East Delta Pinball.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure.
Arcades.
Before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice, don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick-track, especially pinball.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
Pinball is the
This
worst.
disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
Strange thing happened when I tried to...
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years.
They
Are you
did.
sure it was Slipstream SCA? Was it a woman?
It wasn't
Maybe it was
Plaisance.
Plaisance from the bookstore.
She said she was Tricentennial.
Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago.
100
Are you
years
sure
ago.
It wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
No, it was something else. It was eerie. It was too real to be just a prank.
Right.
Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
All right.
Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity.
Okay. Any more questions about the
Sure, I'm
building?
listening.
So I had other
Good. I
questions.
hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Like,
Of course.
I gotta
Tell me
die.
what you have in mind.
Do you know the Whirl Untethered series?
Ah, yes. Fortress Accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The Wiro Untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. Only, instead of plants, it uses motifs of ice and death. And loss, of course. I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice, and dead as, well, death.
Right.
For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours.
The standard role-playing
It's an
dice.
icositetrahedron, a 24-sided die that can produce results for
24-sided
2-sided,
die.
3-sided, 4-sided, 6-sided, and 12-sided die with a single roll. Technically, you can also use it for many other sizes, but you may need to reroll results.
Why do you need to cast it in resin?
Untreated bone is porous and prone to chipping. Cast it in something hard like resin though, and voila, it's perfect.
Different
Maybe
one.
you have some other ideas for dice?
You have any cursed
What
dice?
do you mean by cursed?
As cursed as this commercial area.
Alright, how about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give you your cursed die.
Need to think about it first.
You have some other ideas for dice?
Most extraordinary
Star that
dice.
fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure?
I'm a superstar.
Yes, you definitely have the proper attitude. How about a pair of 100-sided dice?
100-sided
Made
die.
of ivory and inlaid with lodestone, a naturally occurring magnet to complement your magnetic personality.
Pieces of lodestone were used as the first magnetic compasses, from which they derived their other name, coarse stones. That's a stone for leaders.
10 real, and I can get these ready in 8 hours.
And the real. Do magnetic dice even roll properly?
True. Magnetic dice are definitely different. When rolled together, the magnetic fields of the pips interact with each other to push and pull on each other as they're rolled, just like all magnetic personalities do.
I'll think about
you
it.
have some other ideas for dice?
I don't know what die I want.
An amber die.
Or man's gold?
Who told you amber was cheap? It's beautiful, really, and has been treasured since the ancient times. For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided die from piece of amber with a fossilized insect. It's perfect for those who can't seem to let go of their past.
That sounds like me.
Feeling.
I'll
Maybe
think
you
about
have
it.
some other ideas for dice?
Very irregular.
Die? I'm a novelty dice maker. I don't make normal dice.
What do you do then?
Polyhedral dice. Dice that have more than 4 sides. Octahedrons, trapezohedrons, dodecahedrons. But also barrel dice and teetotum bowls. Come on now. Be a little creative.
Something to help me with my work.
I have just the right one for you.
To Palladian red and blue.
Police colors.
So I'm a police officer, right?
Not the most original, I know. But sometimes the obvious choice is obvious because it's best. Here, catch. They're a gift from me.
Can I catch these?
You overthink it. Your hands can't agree what to do, and the 2 dice drop to the floor and scatter in opposite directions, like pearls from a broken string.
Oh no.
The blue one disappears down the pit in the center of the room.
Ah, down the drain, like your career.
Ouch.
I apologize, officer. That comment was unnecessary.
Pick up the red die.
That one is is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay. The other one was the inverse. They were a set, you see, but now the set is broken. It's a shame. They might have brought you luck. And you definitely need luck in Martinez.
Is she pitying you? Good God, she's pitying you.
Now, was there anything else?
Let's try this.
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
I don't want to do this. Is this going to be terrible?
Excuse me, what are you doing?
Officer!
Is it just me or is it hot in here?
No, I don't feel hot. We're in a derelict smokestack. If anything, then it's cold here. And why would you do that?
What if special
what technique is that?
technique? Hear me out. Sometimes I get these feelings.
Please, I apologize for my colleague's behavior. He's still recovering from an unusual medical episode.
Officer, this isn't how mature adults deal with their feelings.
Now you feel something. The cold damp of shame washing over you.
Shame. No, not like that. It's like feel the wind, or I don't know, the air pressure, and then air tells me things.
The air pressure told you to take your pants off in my studio?
Yes, exactly.
Can you please employ this special technique somewhere else? I work here and my work requires concentration. Half-naked people don't help with that.
I suppose that's fair.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Cool.
So cool.
Where's it coming
from? A
from?
distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Actually, now that I hear superstar and law official sentence, they sound weird together. Yeah, I've been establishing my superstardom.
You have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Bayi, badass on-the-edge disco cop.
Dick Mullen.
Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights.
Action.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
It's on. Internalize some kind of superstar. I can be a superstar hobo. Classic combination. Look, it wasn't supposed to be that. It was supposed to be, you know, feeling the world around you. Sort of man. Only haircut threatens your masculinity. Ah, right. Why can't I? If for some reason I can't go in there. Item. Police sirens. The partner's missing, and it looks like a fire department on the scene. Note. Look at the map. Tab and see which white checks have opened. Map tab. Only the sleeping dock worker. Map wall. Boarded door. I don't know why it's not. Barbell. Novelty maker. All that bad. Okay, get out of here. probably finally, maybe, start on my actual investigating of the
A thick layer of coal dust covers.
hoping I could find the thing, but I'll leave it for now. Investigate the dead body, maybe? Okay. Can I talk to Plaisance, or is she... Yeah, I don't know why that thing... curtain wouldn't open, but here we are.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus? Yes, yes?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
What she wants. Failed business.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us. But what else did you find? Did anything survive?
Talk
No,
to the entity.
of course not. Have you located the entity?
Her name is Mia. She's a novelty dice maker.
Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
She's just a businesswoman.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire. You've come this far. You know how to end it. There is an entity behind the entity.
The source in the taxidermy shop. Capitalism. Game involved in arts darker than taxidermy. Void spirits displays. Honestly, I don't have an answer yet. It's another entity, more malignant, pulling strings in Martinez. And we'll cross breath.
Order presence.
Yes.
A great dark relief washes over her.
I've heard of these triactors.
Yes,
In
triactors.
occult literature, that's too dark to dwell on for too long, and definitely not in the presence of my daughter. I understand everything, sir. Thank you for your descending into the maelstrom.
Good for you.
Keep fort up here, strengthen the wards, do my best. And if you happen upon the third entity in your travels, may the Lord be with you.
She performs the next shaped cross on her chest.
This has been absolutely educational. If we happen on the third presence in our travels, we will certainly come back to tell you.
Yes.
Yes.
The venture continues. In other waters. Darker waters.
Should we get out of here before the vortex collapses?
I suppose we may as well get out of here. Right, I have hobo times now. Can now collect maximum tear. Oh, right. Yeah, but
We're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking.
I found you guys a new bow.
Are you mocking us? This isn't for pétanque.
Now. No need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
I really did try.
Trying is worth as much as is accomplished. In this case, almost nothing. Fine. You try to right a wrong. It's still a gram better than actual nothing.
Okay. Anything you can tell me about this?
4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
In the basement.
I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As
Right.
the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
Alright, thanks. Now's the time. Pick up all of the trash. Hey there, buddy. Just sworn there was more. Alright, let's go up this way. Only Cormont surveys the sea. Frontier approach. Oh yeah, the spout shines, recently painted.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment
Okay.
building.
Why am I looking at this wall?
You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinaise. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
This wall is important. I'll just ignore these children. There's the dead body, but we can ignore it for now. Bullet holes. Closed door, but you look at it suspiciously. Full of rainwater. Because I can't do anything with this door. And we got reaction speed for rhetoric. Right now I think Encyclopedia is doing fine. Smoker up there seems to be a witness. Talk to him.
There must be another way into the building.
Okay. There's in gasoline. Deepside apartments. Room of motorcycle in repair. Girl up there, did she spill this paint?
Hey, up here, Piggo.
Yeah.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
Girl stares at the
The
sailboat.
streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull.
Cindy
What
the
else
Skull.
do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
Spike says she puts the brush
She's
aside.
growing frustrated with her work and welcomes the opportunity to challenge authority in other ways.
Keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That
Joyce.
was on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago,
Okay.
2 days' travel away from Rivershore. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinaise.
Who is she?
The Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead.
Sounds good.
Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies.
Hmm.
Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on.
What are you doing
Can't you
on the
tell?
wall?
I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm
Oh,
waiting for the right words.
you don't know what to write.
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mono is here. We
True.
rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cabs. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
Why are you committed
This
to defacing
place
the
is
building?
severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
I have an opinion.
Yeah?
Look out. Mind us, keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Lessened her desire to deface the building. Think about the murder?
Snitch, Pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko. Watch your back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Oh. Thanks for the warning. Do this. New naval coat. I don't really feel like I need half-light, so free suggestion wouldn't be bad. And this is dark, right? Don't know if I want to talk to Joyce yet. Okay. And wait. What? Decades ago. Okay. Inside.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Who am I speaking to?
Who I am. Now go on, get out of here.
This is the police.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
But I'm not joking.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east.
Can you tell
Madame,
her?
I assure
We're
you,
police.
we are real police officers.
There is no reply.
Okay. Also, now that I'm done checking that, let's put the light back on for the intimidation factor. See? Sir?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
Despite the cold, his shirt hangs open, unbuttoned, on his frame. Sounds like you're already in trouble.
I'm just speaking in a lowered voice. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Gendarmerie.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Actually, the gendarmerie really needs to talk to you.
Really that important? All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Can you tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Martin Martinez.
Martin Martinez? Good local name.
Rhetoric failed.
Let's go with that.
Yeah. Got a good view of the whirling backyard.
I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body
Soon.
as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Did
No,
I?
not you. Some more muscular type.
Or muscular type?
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Lieutenant, takes out his blue notebook, writes something down.
I don't know. Look.
Black and steel patio chairs that those plants in all the neighboring windows are black.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What
He was
kind
my
of friend?
Sunday friend.
Sunday friend?
Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer.
What's your friend's real name? Did he say something?
Doesn't reply. Gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky, snow continues to pile on the neighboring windowsills.
All right.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Convince him to stay.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains.
Hey, listen. Just trying to make things okay again. Can we meet again somewhere else?
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion.
Feline eyes.
A hint of understanding. There's snow gathering on his hair and on his shoulders. A speckle of white against the purple that hangs loose on his slender frame.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
Flick of his wrist. Sends cigarette. Not sailing over the rail.
Hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Right.
Good luck with the investigation.
Thank you, Sir Martin of Martinez.
He's gone.
Just run after him. See where he
No
went.
point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
So we're just giving
Could
him?
be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
Right.
If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
Great.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud.
Turn it
There's a
over.
key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments, and the man can be in any of them.
Are we going to find the
We'll
right
just have
one?
to go in and see.
Okay. Now we have access. Vision notice, missing pets. Cleaning stuff. Some glasses. One logic. What's my logic? The logic's at 1. All right, because I have things. Okay. Thought I was Narcomaniac. Okay. Let's look around. Got sneakers. Snore comes from within. Shower curtains. Can't see anything else. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. It's back. Far too far back. Just trying to exit the building. I feel like I wasted my heal. Let's save now before I waste more. Okay. Bigger box full of cigarette butt and electric wires. Nothing for you right now. Sure. Do I need my handy tool? There's my erythyme cactus. My light back on. Door to be remembered. 28. 29. 30. Years at home. Voices from within. Ying Lung. Some buoyant dance soundtrack. Can't get over there, so. Seems to be gone. Okay. We did a 5-pointed star on the wall.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words.
Look, there are communists around here.
Missed his handy, detective.
He doesn't actually reach for his gun.
Look at the symbol.
And antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
Why is it upside down?
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
Antlers?
The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it.
Why white?
Because white is the color of peace. Nothing at all yet. Right now, it's just meaningless shapes on a wall.
Right. Okay.
This door has been closed with a padlock. No reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Okay, time to break into someone's place. 'Cause...
This door has been closed with a padlock. What are you doing? You're trying to cut the body of the lock with the chain cutters, and it's really not working.
I believe it's the shackle you mean to cut, detective.
Okay.
He's just trying to help. Don't take it bad.
Don't you think that's what I'm trying to do? Chain cutters are broken, Kim.
Give it another go.
What are you doing? You're trying
You
to
did it
cut the body
again.
of the lock with the chain cutters.
I believe it's the shackle.
He's just trying to help.
Perhaps you should give it another go.
It's locked. Darn it. Big failures.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side.
Knock again.
Poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
This is the place.
Do I have to open the door?
Knocking heels again.
Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
Alright. I guess. This car to Boogie Street. I think the door is locked. A bit of money. Mailbox overflowing.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
Are you alright? Should I call the doctor?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
Now,
Yeah.
what do you want from me, policeman?
Are you?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Do you live here?
If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room.
That
It's barely bigger than
doesn't sound good.
But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
I'm looking for a Martinez.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry.
Oh, what do you mean?
Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez, like Jim Jamrock or Raoul Ravachol.
Oops.
Right.
You really didn't get the joke there.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
How about young male, mid-20s, dark skin, dark hair, skinny build?
Yes, I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil.
Right.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's
Right.
he in trouble for?
Just want to talk to him.
Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you.
Okay.
We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Okay.
Ask away, policeman.
Your questions, residents?
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone. No one
Apartment
lives
10?
there. It's been empty for months.
Talk to someone through the doors.
I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again, breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you?
Yeah, I'll
Great.
check it out.
Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Who lives behind the padlock door?
That one is a scientist, a future scholar. I
Really?
think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study. Something
Astrology?
to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
You mean the star antlers?
The symbol of what now?
Communism? World Revolution?
Never heard of it.
Can you tell me about
The
Cindy?
artiste? Nothing
Yeah,
I
the
can do
artiste.
about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
She mumbles some kind of a response.
Okay. Closed. Worn down the wall. Stuff in there. Grocery list on the table. Over here. Pick up whatever this is. Mortar. Or I talk to Cindy. Pair of jeans. Electrochemistry reaction speed. Says I fair. Thorough reaction speed or savoir-faire. Savoir-faire is currently at 0. And I want reaction speed to be still up. I don't know how good it is for an old lady who seems to be coughing. Live next to coal furnace. No. Of tarps and hammers and nails and rust. Yeah.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases.
True.
I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
That's right, we've evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
Mm-hmm.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
That heavy fuel oil.
Heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Fumes are bad for you, okay? That's some clever cultural commentary. Is that bed in the coal room yours?
Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
You sure are a miner.
Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens.
You have a real home?
Does anyone in a city like this?
If there's pain about any particular home she's lost, she's buried it deep, fortified herself against it.
Is it all I have to do?
Doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all. Shoot, piggy.
Alright. Catch you later, Cindy. Okay. And let's talk to the lady behind the door.
You hear someone walking around.
Excuse me? Of course not.
There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official.
I don't need a warrant if suspect has been breaking.
Oh, come on.
That was smart.
Hmm? First, let me loot all the things. Feels like a fine mattress. Extra pack of medicine, big set of books. Take it. Okay.
Satisfied?
Hello.
My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Right.
Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Do you
That's
want
fair.
to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
She follows through her purses, fishing out a light plaid paper passport. Inspect the passport.
Feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details. Be friendly.
Nice haircut.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
What are you doing here?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Reprehensible who lived here.
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner.
Moribund?
You'd think they'd make rent.
A sudden serious look crosses her face. This story didn't have a happy ending.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
The foreclosed apartment down the hallway.
Another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall.
Right. Hole in the wall.
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
The sum must have been puny. Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
My money has also disappeared.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million-real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
Really?
It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and breathe life into bank accounts.
My money has also disappeared.
It does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it.
What happened with the wall?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
Thank you.
Of course.
Some kind of superstar.
Time to become a hobo superstar.
They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say.
It would be insane.
You say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future,
20 cases.
Like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
Okay. Logic still negative, but learning caps increased. Pretty worth it, I think. Indirect modes of taxation.
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet?
Beautiful things. You make people happy.
Things give you a rush. It's power. Crafting your style, draping your flesh in silk and leather, deciding how to present yourself to the world. Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes. Whether you like it or not, wearing these shoes has made you more liberal. Ultra-liberal.
Ultra-liberal. Do not mind being ultra-liberal. Guess that's not a thought just yet.
This door has been closed
Okay,
with a padlock.
that needed interfacing. Let's try that again before I mosey away. Save. F2. Level up interfacing.
This door has been closed with a padlock. What are you doing?
Failed again? I'm gonna load that because I failed twice now. I think I can save scum this.
This door has been closed with a pep. The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now.
After you, detective.
Thank you. Let me put on my... and quick save. Flamboyant poster of a white star. Real lithography. Star of revolutionaries posing with guns. Medical theory, a monstrous capital and such. Revolutionaries love to pose with their guns. And 9mm bullet. And a Sarah European lounge jacket. Okay. Whatever that is.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Mazov.
Kraz Mazov.
Nom de guerre, was an economist and a theoretical historian.
Really?
He was a leading figure in the Grad side of the turn-of-the-century revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
Why does he have
White Star, the
Yes,
photos on
Mazov?
the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
Okay. That's all fine. Talk to lady.
Give me a moment.
No counterculture, just real estate agent.
I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
Radio. I'm sure everything will be fine. This apartment building needs slow change. Imperceptibly
Yes.
slow.
Well, I hope they're good people.
Your statements are too vague to comment on.
Incremental change. That's what they need. Okay, let's see if I can go to the door. Probably not. Nope. Light of pollution rise to the east. Distant traffic. Night falling on the city.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number
Makes sense.
28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one
Knock.
answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
What do you mean?
The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? He might know something about the murder. So tomorrow 9 p.m.?
Okay.
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory. Don't worry. It's mostly all still here. You can remember things. You got this.
Sounds good. Tomorrow 21.
9 p.m. right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Alright. Get going then. And I've got 15. Probably pay for things.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
No.
Come to take me out? Trying to snuff me out? Then
No.
why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to scare me, pig. Not a good idea at all.
Calm down. Okay. like to talk to the boat lady. She's kind of great, but I think I will... Geez, that gets riveting. Just wait until you meet
Inside,
the other
you
one.
see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel pre...
Don't know why I can't check the headlights. Very strange. Check the garbage. Or where's the ground?
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags.
She probably grew out of Team
There's
Skull.
something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still.
Why am I looking at you, trash
The
container?
body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
What do you think what's in here?
Food waste from the cafeteria? They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too.
Feel like there's something.
What do you mean, feel?
Extrasensory perception, whatever it is, there holds a special significance.
I agree. We should get someone from the remote viewers division here.
What is the remote viewers
all the
division?
detectives from all the precincts who experience extrasensory perception go to the remote viewers division. Their work is invaluable to the force.
It's remarkable how he can keep a straight face.
Yes.
Take note. The lieutenant is well versed in deadpanning. Many of the things he says could be meant in jest.
Wow, could we really get them here?
Because they don't exist.
So disappointed right now that there is a remote viewers division.
There isn't, but we should still access this container.
How do we get the
Try
lockup?
using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags.
It kind of makes sense.
Do you feel that?
Yes.
Of course you do. You don't even know what it is you're feeling, but you can feel it. That's the mark of a true remote viewer.
This makes
The
sense.
time has come to connect to RVD HQ. By establishing a connection, you'll have proved yourself worthy as a remote viewer.
Time to close my
Everything
eyes.
all right, detective?
I'm connecting to the remote viewer
This
division.
again? Come on, detective. The joke has gone on long enough.
Ignore the lieutenant. He's never connected with anything paranatural. You're on different planes, metaphysically speaking. It
Your
takes
eyes
time
shut.
to block out the sounds of the world. But once you do, it's like you're on a wavelength. Not like any natural wavelength. No. There seems to be something on the other end. If only you could listen closely enough.
Oh, for
Right.
God's sake. This is a bunch of...
Bzzzt. Do you copy? This is RVD HQ. Anyone there?
Is this the remote viewers division?
Acknowledged. Connection established. Bzzzt. Welcome aboard, remote viewer. You are a special man, and definitely not imagining it.
Definitely. I have become a remote viewer, clearly. -1 to perception. Because the mind's eye. Alright, yeah, let's talk to Kuno.
Kuno's got this.
Boys throwing rocks at the dead body. Can't be older than 12. Yells the other kid behind the fence. Hey, kid, police business. A moment of your time, please.
Talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
Shit coming
Right.
up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about.
Juicy.
I
What
mean
now?
drugs. The kid's on drugs.
Kid is on drugs.
Kuno's riding at sea.
Wipes sweat from his brow and sends another rock flying.
You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
What do we do?
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces. You will see.
Horses, okay. Get siblings.
What are you talking about?
There's another rock.
Kuno, he says we're fucking each other.
Not. I'm not a narc kid.
Fuck no, Kuno doesn't buy that shit. Fucking entrapment shit.
Fine. I have some questions.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
Oh, I know anything about the body.
Shitload pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno. Pig's choking. He's totally choking.
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not.
Thanks for the assist.
Who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
You have no
Got it.
idea what the usual is. Just ask whatever comes to mind.
You know who he was.
Fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
I meant who he was before he died.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Trying to make Kuno sing into the popo phone.
Let me see.
He's trying to.
I don't know anything.
All kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Trying to make the Kuno sing into the popo phone.
Popo phone. Do you know how he got
Probably
there?
climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
I didn't see it happen.
Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Got it. Where did you go there?
Some fucking...
Just to come up with something?
I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
There is
Night
no
City.
Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Night City doesn't exist.
Riding Kuno's ass. You haven't been where Kuno's been. You haven't been in Kuno's head. You want to know
Right.
where Kuno was? You want to know what Kuno's been fucking up to?
Don't tell him that, Kuno. It's lame.
It's lame.
Not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's City.
Kuno
Night
City.
Rage City. The City of Rage. That's it. And it's not lame.
Lame.
That's the name of Kuno
Lame.
City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
Have you seen anyone suspicious around?
Pig sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
Oh, yeah. Right. Let's talk about something else.
Kuno's patience here.
Get lost.
You play often in this yard?
This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo.
Yes.
What do you want with it?
Wondering about the trash container?
Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig.
Strong hunch there's something important inside that I must find.
Fuck does Kuno care about your hunch? That's your shit. You figured it out.
What's the other one?
Wondering about Kuno's shit, pig. Of course you do. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Who is Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig.
It's his chest with both thumbs, so you refer yourself in the third person?
The fuck are you calling a third person? Kuno's the fucking first person?
He looks slightly confused, but proud he came up with that retort.
Good job,
Right
Kuno.
As he's getting distracted, you hear a malevolent hiss from behind the fence.
Watch out, Kuno. He's trying to fiddle you. He's going to put his hands on you.
What are you talking about? The thing behind the fence starts squealing shrill and violent like a fire alarm.
Pig's got Kuno. Help. Rape.
Calm down.
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
I'm not
Everybody,
doing anything.
please! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno. His dick is out. You're afraid.
Don't escalate.
Playing, Kuno! Somebody, please!
Shut him down. What is this sick charade?
Oh! Get off, Kuno, you sick fat fuck!
The nearly psychopathic way they can slip in and out of the act implies you're not the first victim.
Who put you up to this?
Go on. Kuno's doing this because he likes it, pig.
This
Right.
is where Kuno establishes dominance over.
Right.
Him. Kuno can't speak.
Someone put you up to
You
this?
put him up to this yourself when you decided to talk to him in the first place.
Listen to your friend.
Oof.
Kuno owns the fat ass. Help! The RCM is trying to fuck Kuno!
Are you high right now?
Misters, help!
Okay. Size are bulging out of their
He's having the
sockets.
time of his life. Total ecstasy. Fuck the pig.
He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals!
Don't
If you don't help
punch
Kuno
him.
now, it'll be too late!
I could try to shut him down, but don't punch him. Bad idea.
Look.
For emphasis, a ghost is saying this. A shit-eating psychopathic ghost with an ace up his sleeve.
I know you wanted to hit me. You got that I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look that Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The rage look.
I want to get back to that thought. Now that can you read my mind? Kuno?
I can. Kuno can smell that violent shit. I know what you were thinking. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. I'm gonna shut his shit down. You know what? You should have hit the Kuno, because now you're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno. Kuno laughs at you. King Kuno!
Okay.
Backing up was a bad idea. Now he thinks he's established dominance over you.
Let him think it.
Turned you into his prison, bitch. You're gonna be in this shit with Kuno.
Sure.
No, you're not. We can just leave.
Bitch, you're gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever.
Peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
Nice Peepo.
Talk to me about my fucking peeper. You don't know where I come from. You just Kuno's bottom bitch.
Had some questions about the crime scene.
Kuno is kind to his bitch. Ask your questions, but remember, this changes shit.
Yeah, it's fine.
Click, click, click.
The body.
Talk about it.
Okay, nothing there.
Get lost.
Yeah, the king.
Nothing
yeah,
about
whatever.
it.
Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Okay. I can attempt an empathy, but I have bad empathy attempts.
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
You know, hang on there, I'm intrigued.
You told him about it and now he knows your name.
The
Oh,
city's
no.
not fucking lame. You are lame. Kuno's tired of defending Rage City from... Just fuck off, alright? And
Yeah.
fuck you too, putting Kuno on the spot like that. Kuno doesn't need to fucking explain his shit. Kuno's king. He rules here. Fuck did you want?
I, just want to talk about Kuno.
Close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in. I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno.
It's
Going away
fine.
for life.
What's
Calm
going
down.
on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
What are the words you use?
You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Don't be traumatizing here. Get the fuck out of here.
I'll die before I squeal.
Make it.
What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games. I'd rather die than squeal.
Get the fuck out of here, face. You got done. Talk to me.
I'll
Hold on.
die before I squeal, pig.
Child, converse with me.
Was the case they gave me. I'll die before I squeal.
Behind the fence.
Fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, pig. You're not seeing this.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the fence.
Well, okay. That's not going anywhere.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Because I talked to her, I got a +1.
Kuno doesn't.
Hold on. I don't think I have anything with empathy. Need a car. I'll put back on my blazer. Let's check around here. Herbs in the garden. Stuff to pick up.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
Why am I looking at this pile of roofing material?
Because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid pallets. Easy
Fail.
on the eyes. No, there's more to this. You get this strange feeling.
What
To
feeling?
say. It's gone now. Feeling it's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted.
Back to that. Let's go inside the Whirling in Rags. And if I can't get a key. Also try this guy.
The worker is in a deep slumber. Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came. A colorful piece of plastic is dangling from his carabiner. Makes your fingers itch.
Inspect the plastic.
It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able-bodied man stares back at you from the photo. Santiago S. John.
Let's try and take this dock worker ID.
Your fingers find their way into the shackle, flicking open its spring-loaded gate. The metal loop holds the plastic ID and a leather-bound pocketbook. The man emits a loud snore. Is he about to wake up? Doesn't look like it, but you never know. Better be quick.
Is the lieutenant
No, he's looking the other way, perhaps purposefully.
Steal the dock.
Slip the plastic ID card out of the loop and pocket it. The man continues to snore.
Swipe through the pocketbook and take what's inside.
You find a black paper note with a woman's profile on it. Seems like this woman lived centuries ago. The note says 5 real. It feels nice and greasy. Yum yum. Money. Think of all the things you can buy with this. The synapses in your brain fire with
Close the carabiner.
dock worker has little to say about your actions. He
Wake up.
remains. The worker continues to.
Okay.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
An hour?
Sweet Lord, a whole hour. And you haven't thought about rum and lemonade in all that time? You've
Pretty
truly
much.
extinguished all trace of yourself.
Drinking hasn't really turned out well for me.
Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade into yourself, boy. Or better yet, lick that stain off the counter.
I'm not gonna lick it.
What happened, man? You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink then. Get your drink on and your act together.
Okay. All about the money. About lady.
Hello again, sweetie.
Nothing left to say. Woman's hand wrote mistakes menu. Today starts with man's handwriting. Art.
Can I help you?
The trash container.
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out.
I might be a
And
hobo,
the neighbors
but
too. They put
it's
their
rude.
trash there, and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
Okay.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
Wonder what this feeling is.
Prod at him and find out.
What if I told you I am a hobo? Soon to be one, rummaging through that trash. Will you keep me out too? Doesn't it seem callous, guarding your leftovers from the poor?
Yes.
You need those leftovers to survive.
Sir, I'm sorry the RCM is having financial trouble, but it's not this establishment's problem.
Come on.
Callous?
Stop.
What are you, Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The whirling in rags is not special in that regard.
Maybe I am,
What are we
Krasmak.
talking about? Was this not about the trash container?
No, wait. What if I am Krasmazov, Kim? What
We
if?
should return to the case of your mistaken identity at a later time, officer. This was about the trash container.
Be realistic.
What for, Mazov? Are you planning to nationalize my trash container?
Sure am.
Concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Fair enough. Goodbye for the time being. And, get a move on. Now, should I go look around everywhere else?
It's raining again. It was clear just an hour ago.
Snowing just an hour ago. What's she talking about? So many places would go. Bud, how's it going?
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
Gives you a thumbs up? What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
Bang, 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 bang. Really think I'm cool?
Yes! You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like.
Surveys the consumerist kingdom with the air of satisfaction.
Premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
What kind of stuff are you selling here?
The coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom.
Where'd you get the comfy pants?
Entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board.
You have a permit?
Good joke, officer. Here we don't have permits, just economic freedom.
You don't have permits.
Look around.
Okay.
It's beautiful, beautiful freedom.
Doesn't need a permit to sell?
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever they feel like it.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy.
Mm.
That's why this city and its law officials are so cool.
Very cool.
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests of property holders. I am not, however.
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without
Right.
you, this climate would be extremely bad for business. You're part of the gossamer state.
Gossamer is a fine, filmy substance consisting
Gossamer.
of cobwebs spun by small spiders, seen especially in autumn. It's safe to say he's referring to the near absence of regulations.
This is cool. I'm part of the hip, thin, and almost non-existent state apparatus.
Yeah, that's the main thing about you. Freedom is great. It's what lets independent entrepreneurs like me sell quality goods at competitive prices.
Is there a discount for cool officers like me?
No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want, 50% off. Anything for you.
Where are you from, silly?
It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now.
This man
All
probably
Revachol.
comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
You're from Apricot? Suzerainty? Suzerainty?
Seaguy user ain't he? It's all the same to me. It's all cool. I'm interested in sales.
All cool.
Go ahead, let's make one. Super high quality, friendly prices.
Let me look around.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Fix them under your nose. Try the shades on.
These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer.
That's fine.
You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're
Very cool.
practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Don't tell me what to do.
No, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this.
Ugly glasses.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Electrochemistry.
If you want to look like a walking midlife crisis, then who am I to interfere?
I mean, I kind of am a walking midlife crisis.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic, the kind of plastic that melts in the sun. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show.
Right.
If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
Somehow.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Try to find.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real.
Should we be prepared for firefights, Kim?
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
This one perception. That's not too bad. Probably use more perception.
You see 2 lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, ultra serious.
I can see you with taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Back the sneakers.
Found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
I
Only?
don't even have speakers.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found ultras atop them.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers.
I already looked
The sneakers are
at the sneakers.
here. Then look at them again. These are the premium lifestyle sneakers, officer.
Can
the
I
best on the market.
Either that conquered
Way, officer. These
speakers.
aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
But I need some speakers.
Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Okay.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
How's the
Find your
box?
hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand.
50-50 money.
Economy moving.
That's...
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker.
A windbreaker.
Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport. All in different typefaces.
Oh,
Good choice, officer.
different
Mega
typefaces.
sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
Composure, but I'll lose shivers. It's okay for now. Line company controls the drawbridge. Rice sewer, sour, acidic. Comforting in a way. Let me finish looking around. Oh. Fingerless gloves. Probably not appropriate. Give me electrochemistry, though. I can look like a... or homeless. Fast cash, faster times, Roy's pawn shop. Water lockout until Wednesday, 7 a.m. Hey.
Evening, officers.
A burly man
How's it going?
hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are
Just some
fixed
food.
on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
What are you doing here, man,
My
on the
friend
water?
Barry the butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock.
Barry the
I'm keeping
butcher?
him company and eating this salami.
Salami?
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer?
Do you know what happened?
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh?
Fire tracks, huh?
Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Rivershell.
The words daredevil driver sound ominous to you.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything round here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
Do you know what's further down the
There's
coast?
The fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church.
Bizarre church.
Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
I have some of that
Sure
salami.
Want some too, officer?
Why not?
That's all. Yes, I can't.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Yep, I'm gonna pull it anyways.
All the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then nothing happens.
Harder.
Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation.
Fine.
A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal.
How was it on Wednesday?
Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Right. Okay. We got that. I'm looking. The old men have gone. Let me see for a second. Okay. Let's get into that trash can.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that's
Use the key.
oiled crack. The lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't. Of course you should. This is your time to shine, Hobocop. Dive into that dumpster for extra content.
Didn't I just have premonition that there's something in there?
There is, but you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow.
You need to dive into
Your
the
hand is still on the lid.
dumpster for extra content.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
It's all fine.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Look under the
You
boxes.
see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this.
Dumpster diving?
No, searching for evidence in the trash. Good practice for dumpster diving. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
Turbo noodles.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from
slime-covered
rank
jeans.
corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay.
Seems that way.
Drop them in here, officer.
Back the trousers.
Guitar-marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it.
No belt.
Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Another bag, huh?
Something slimy catches your eye.
Reach for it.
A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This
Back
is
the shirt.
A military type overgarment. No label or serial number.
Military,
It's
huh?
the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. Just garbage.
All right.
I think that's
I
it.
should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
We need to ask the kids. We'll put them in here.
The fuck's he on about, kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
Think someone from the Whirlings might have been involved,
Not really.
maybe?
All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
Okay.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container.
Search the food
It's
waste.
just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this?
What?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something.
Pick it out.
Something larger. A clipboard.
Damaged
A blue
ledger.
plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes,
Can't
it
be.
is. Look, this plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form. If you don't mind my asking, how could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash?
There's a foreboding quality to it. May I need to lose it? The great bloodletting to begin? I think I didn't want to be a cop anymore. That's why I tried to flush my Drop life down the toilet.
What are you talking about?
I speak at
Do
the
as
tongue.
though also thorough inventories. You should take stock of your notes. Make sure it's all there. Official notes contain informants' names. If some of it has fallen into the hands of the RCM's adversaries, bloodletting may well ensue.
Hey, I'll do that.
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
My eagle eyes call for Hobo Cop style. Extra content.
An Armistice caliber 50 knock cannon, half wrapped in paper tissues. So shiny.
Knock cannon?
It's a giant rifle, and it's very expensive. Not as expensive as that fat string of pearls snaking around the rotten banana peels.
Fat string of pearls.
And it's that Cordon Electrics preamp with Electra F2 tubes. It is. That catches quite a price. We're talking 12,000, easy. Unless you're into hi-fi yourself.
I'm into hi-fi.
Too bad, because none of those things are actually in there.
Oh.
There's just food waste and crisp wrappings.
Well, just, there must be something.
All you see is a broken mug with a racist depiction of the Yellow Man frolicking in saffron.
Antique?
Only in its social sensibility.
Take the mug. And it briefly glances at the mug. Turns to his...
The container sounds a muffled gong.
Well then.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
Okay. You know anything, kid?
Fuck does Kuno care?
Body?
Fuck about it? Your test. Get lost. Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you want with it?
You know how they got in
Kuno doesn't know shit
container?
about that. That shit is beneath Kuno.
I mean, we may have tampered with the murder
Kuno
evidence.
doesn't care about this small time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
500 real. He asked Joe what happened to his clothes.
Kuno ain't seen shit lying around. Except for that up there. Now you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
The lieutenant remains silent. But his expression couldn't say, I told you so,
What's so great about these pants?
These are found modulars. Liquid fit,
No.
performance crotch, urban survival shit.
Kinda-
Made in me over by scientists. Pants scientists.
Pants scientist. Kinda need these pants.
You need this shit.
Technique of plastic wrap pants. They look graphite black and look brand
These
new.
could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness. Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready.
Thank you, physical instrument. They might be interested in pants.
Shit's rolling.
Don't do business with the pig, Kuno. He's gonna steal all your money, Kuno.
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
There.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however, remains a puzzle for now.
There was a mug in the trash.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again?
Yes, does this racist mug have anything to do with it? Adequate depiction? Might better not taken out of its historical context. Mug have anything?
Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You say you pigs are after the mug fucker, 'cause he's the clothes fucker.
Right.
Can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
Exactly what I'm saying, you know? Pretty smart, Kuno.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator.
He nods in approval.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching.
Hooked?
Get away from my Kuno.
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. get your shit done and out of Kuno's face.
That ladder
No,
yours?
it's not fucking Kuno's. It's ancient. Look at it.
He thinks you're fucking fool, Kuno. He says you climb the ladder up to your magic treehouse.
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Kuno doesn't have a magic treehouse.
That's too bad. What about the greenhouse over there?
Kipta's gardener used to work there.
Kit is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Erie-Uppergite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Erie-Uppergites of Ilmara. Not so much.
Pejorative term. Gardner used to work there?
Kuno said she couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it.
Is this along the threads there?
To Kuno.
Me and the woman by
Kuno
the whirling in rags?
Shit. Kuno just says shit.
Okay.
Yeah, her.
Stack of Eternite back there.
That's just some shit roofing gimps left behind, lazy dinks.
There it is. That strange feeling.
Made it.
As if there was more than meets the eye about that pile of roofing material.
See without vision, my inner eye.
Inner eye? Fuck are you talking about? Ask me a normal question, pig.
They're trying to make you feel stupid, Kuno.
You glance again at the roofing material in front of the shack. Yes, you should go back there.
That's
Hold
just
on.
some
There it is. That's strange.
It's not past the veil.
Well, the fuck are you talking about? Ask me a normal question, pig.
They're trying to make you feel...
You glance again at the...
That's
Fine.
just some...
There it is. That strange feeling again. As if there was more than meets the eye about that pile of roofing material.
The fuck are you talking?
Trying to get you to talk gimp, Kuno. Don't talk.
Okay.
We are way beyond normal already. We are in the Star Chamber.
Kim, I think I'm already in the Star Chamber.
Huh? I have no idea what you just said.
Are you having a seizure in Kuno's yard now?
Possible.
We are way beyond normal already.
Wait, how am I supposed to get back out?
Seizure in Kuno's yard now? In an eye? They're trying to make...
You glance again at the roofing material in...
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Okay, I'm off.
Kuno doesn't...
No, doesn't care. Well, remind us all the time.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
Do I have something that stops perception? Oh no, it was the remote viewer thing.
Inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because
Failed it again.
It reveals no...
Okay, that's fine. We'll come back to that. Also, because it's late, in-game music's kind of faded out. Hey, Gardner.
Hello again, officer. How
I didn't get to ask anything about the things. As for winner, please use main entrance. It's quick save. Yeah, it's haphazardly litter around. Most able-bodied men. Umps Jams, most popular music mag. Right. Okay. Now, got a new character.
Welcome to Ivashol.
Announced the rotund man. The remark isn't addressed to you, it's addressed to the lieutenant. Why are you addressing my partner like this?
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago.
Right.
Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
You tell him.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
We are in limbo.
Come on, man. I just said, welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what
Right.
you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see,
You tell him,
I'm
Kim.
an officer of the RCN. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Yeah.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner
Good.
needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
I've got your back, Kim.
You two make a cute couple. You know that.
Thanks.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
That's settled. Couple of
Whatever
questions.
you say, officers.
Okay. Found this mug in the trash. Is it yours?
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while.
Is it yours?
God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
What was the argument all about?
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races.
Sorting of races.
Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all.
It's a terrible
You might
topic.
want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
So you're just a racist. Makes sense.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books. Huh? The
He's
science
read
of
books.
racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So,
Superior, huh?
naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Prime example of superior
Have
eye.
you noticed something different lately? An unfortunate downturn, maybe? Huh? When members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority, they stop competing for resources.
Sure. What about it?
Problem? The damn kips are showing a real good game lately.
Whoa.
Same with the mosquitoes. And the other introduced species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
Intruder species. Uh-huh.
It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with
Well.
a new subrace, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring.
Woof. Yeah. Oh, fuck yourself, sir.
Don't push your luck, runt.
Runt?
Looking for something, runt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Probably.
Oh, not much anymore.
What are you hauling?
I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. A strike?
I was
I've been
hoping
at it for a while. A month, 2 months,
month
maybe.
to 2 months.
But this here is just the last week or so.
What kind of
Apples.
cargo? Apples.
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some apples. Fine.
He's given you the...
Okay. Also, I never interacted with my things.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here?
Yellow racist mug. Got it.
Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
This mug is an example of prejudice. I mean, is it an example of what not to do? Tell them this is your inane ideology, you merchant. Announcing it, I can earn political capital to mask my bad ass hustling, fraud and embezzlement. Example of prejudice.
But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? Or do some volunteering work. Just finish your case, detective. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Anything else?
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you.
Makes
Below the
sense.
pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart.
Inspect the toilet paper.
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Take it off.
Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila, the ledger now looks marginally better.
Inspect the clip.
An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip.
Run the
The
fingers.
surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before.
This one of the hologram watermarks?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property.
What
It
kind of
depends.
information?
Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
How can I read
Any
it?
capable light with the right wavelength will do.
For example?
All RCM vehicles have had lights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
Browse the white
They're
papers.
not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
Is there about
Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Is 2 cases a week good baseload, Lieutenant?
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
It seems to have been my workload. Not sure if I completed them.
That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me.
I'm sure I made plenty of mistakes.
It's okay. We all make mistakes.
God knows I've made my share. He tries not to think of them. Like a fan of girls, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
Night, Bender. Catch you later. Hope you have a good sleep. Mention of a naming convention here.
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name.
Name. And in capital letters, too.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, the unsolvable case.
Unsolvable.
Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout.
Right.
It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
My cases appear to employ some kind of naming
You
convention.
mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene?
No.
Oh, you mean the titular?
Riddles.
Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
Why is
It's
that?
a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
You seem to have named a case the Square Bullet Hole Murders.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out.
What happened to
Rail
him?
spiked through the head. He died.
Nail spike.
It was a workplace accident.
And the pages.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish.
Commit the paper using the pen Lena gave you.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters.
Thank you, kind green ape.
Comes easily. It's almost robotically simple. A language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager.
That's the ones you've already
A
finished.
satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality.
Right.
This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Have you named our case?
Actually, any ideas?
Furies are at home in the mirror.
Furies? Yes, well, I don't know. I have to be honest, I'm not experiencing the internal strife that it refers to. And also, could you make it less poetic somehow? Just a normal case name, you know?
A setting sun.
Okay, it's a good name, but it has one problem. This case has nothing to do with the setting sun.
But that could refer to
It has nothing to do with that, so...
him dying.
Something more concrete, perhaps? Do you have something concrete? Mundane, usual?
Usual is boring. We don't do that.
Shit on a stick.
Yes. I have to tell you, officer, I don't appreciate ironic titles. Other officers will have to use this as reference. If it's idiot or cockfinger, they're not going to get it. They're going to think an idiot and a cockfinger were on this case. So, do you have something less funny?
Fun is outlawed with this guy. What a knock!
I don't have another name.
Well, then maybe I can suggest one.
Go ahead.
The Hanged Man.
He really likes that name.
Not feeling it.
I think it's pretty serviceable.
Okay, let's keep it.
I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Just because I don't want to make you mad.
Don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
Yellow
In
papers.
the back, you see thin, translucent copy of paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form.
Types of forms are there?
The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of.
Right.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields. A tool for manipulation. Give the lowest amount and people will be ingratiated to you.
Mm.
These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing.
Field
A
autopsy.
dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. Yes,
Okay.
all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper.
Let's look at the
It's
clipboard.
made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however.
Dark
The
blue.
U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM.
What did you say the color was?
The blue heart. Don't look into it.
Shake the ledger.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? The
Peek inside.
plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center.
How would I
With
open
your
it?
hands, U4 sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
Smell the ledger.
acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner.
Let's try to open the compartment. I did it.
The two sides of the
Didn't
board
expect that.
appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know,
Slide the
without
drawer open.
resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open.
What's
Two
inside?
ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Ticket
Two
stubs.
octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The
Zoo.
aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too.
Pick up the card.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Smell it
It
first.
smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored.
Apricots.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card, looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile, you think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses,
Always.
kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on.
Hold on.
To what? There's nothing.
Detective, is everything all right?
All sideways. Hmm. Are we back here again?
There is nothing.
The start of the game.
Again.
Nothing?
Nothing said, brother. No treachery, just blackout.
Just lie there passed out.
Almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia.
Who's that?
That's me. Blue eyes, that's me.
And who was that?
Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it.
Right.
Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy.
Yeah, that
Here
stuff.
in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
Was that the X something?
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
No, it was beautiful.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape, its lack of beauty was not the problem.
Where is Voyager Road?
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause.
Enough. Just lie there
They
motionless.
would let you until you disintegrate into biomolecules. No.
Be nice.
Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Not coming back.
But you are. They're pouring something on you. Something in you. It's...
Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Where am I?
Upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
Drink.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone?
Right.
You need a secondary form of hydration.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's
Wish
seat.
I didn't heal earlier.
The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened?
I should ask you the same.
You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to. 10 minutes, maybe.
10 minutes. Am in contact with the burnt-out ruins of the past, Lieutenant.
That does sometimes happen.
That you're a failure in hatred.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
Let's solve this case.
Good. We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
I need to get up real quick, and I'll be back. Maybe I should finish talking here. Haven't paid the
We'll
calf.
take care of that then.
I don't have
Let's talk to
money.
him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure something out.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
We appreciate that, Kim. Okay, quick save. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Rules. Inland Empire, empathy, -2 authority. I think I need to whip it. So, I put a pizza on. So I need to get up in like 20 minutes to go get it. But, yeah. Sorry it took a little bit more than maybe I usually take. And did equip it right? Yeah. Now I can
Inside, you see a set of steering
turn on the
columns,
lights.
a radio microphone, a pull-out tool.
How do I turn on the lights, Kim?
Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
He's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy to show off his precious carriage.
All right.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canadian comes to life with a whiny growl. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
Okay.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid in the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights.
Look around
catch
you.
A faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle in the distance. Sounds. Two men engaged in a drunken argument, followed by the closing of some distant window.
Ah, Martinez at night.
As the errand says. Where are we on
Let me
this?
see. Right here.
As his finger near the top of the map on the segment, the coast jutting out to the great ocean. Seems nice.
It does not.
Okay.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
Perforations. Tally up the different rows.
First row has 18 dots.
Not bad.
Not bad for what? You don't even know what it means yet.
Well, what about the next?
The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some.
Count them individually.
There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200.
Mm.
The last row has 3 perforations.
3.
That's it.
Again, what do all the holes mean?
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Okay.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
18 years I've done this?
I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Got drunk like a megastar?
Yes, that does seem quite likely. Your youth coincided with some heady days for Revachol. But let's move on, shall we?
Okay.
This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see, wow, more than 200.
Is that a lot?
Quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
10 cases a year, so yeah, more than, since he's been working for 18 years. It's pretty high. See, I told you I was a superstar cop.
Call it what you want. You are a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row.
Okay.
Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
3 kills.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way.
What's it feel like to kill a man, Mr. McCoy? A young woman asked the man across the desk from her. Honestly, babe, says John McCoy, crossing his ankles over said desk. I don't feel anything anymore. It's just like brushing my teeth. I do it once or twice a week and don't really think about it. There's no trace of guilt in his voice.
Once or twice a week.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
It's obvious Lieutenant doesn't think highly of those officers.
As though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes.
As declining to elaborate.
Not a problem for him to state it, however.
How do you handle all the strain?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Like what?
Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now.
Maybe I should find a hobby.
Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's your yellow gardening gloves.
Ernest, please don't mistake it for a jab.
Thanks for this.
Nods.
Yeah, let's go.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
Okay. Completing some of the things left and right. So I could probably go do my finished debriefing with Kim. I'm kind of worried that I'm gonna miss some things. So I feel like I could probably still investigate without having to quit for the day. That guy's gone. Like all that.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
Look in the window.
Windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind of stickers and insignia?
Driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity. At the back end of the cabin is a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town.
I think
this is our guy.
This lorry belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Okay. Keep picking up some money. I need a place to sleep. White tank top. Plus physical instrument. Trauma to physical instrument. I could probably use more physical instrument, to be honest, because pretty sure I'm not good. Okay. More things to look at. Might wait on it. Luminox. guess I can get back there. And also, I have this lady. And keep looking a little bit. Is GRIH. Hermetically sealed door, locked by electronic means. Lockpicking, or door kicking this one. Oh. We have new interaction here. And hold off on that. I kind of feel like if I use a strike press button behind the guard. Guess I can't actually go through that door like I thought I could. Okay, let me go inside here. The roses, dozens of them, tulips too. Love song.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogama.
Who's Saint Baptiste?
You know, the pharmaceuticals company. Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds out of Saint Baptiste. That one. There.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows, at least.
You see, what are those products do?
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogama is... I don't really know what Hypnogama is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
Can you be a little more specific?
No, sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Alright. Then what about up there?
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer.
Okay.
There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol.
A good place for a recovering addict.
Guess not, no. I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that.
Please tell me more about these products.
The pale-aged vodka is special, I guess.
Pale-aged.
It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong.
What is
You
pale?
know.
What will it do to my body?
I already said it'd hurt you. I don't know what else they do.
Still any under counterfeit?
Frit only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
Okay. Fake. Moral. Fake moral. Diligence. Oh. Alright. Leave that as is.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Insert my
Your
bottles.
Clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're
Ew.
a richer man now.
It's not.
You're 100% sure you got special Hobocop money for that tier. At least 100% extra tier money. If the numbers on the machine told you otherwise, it's a lie.
Okay. I'll believe it.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says 1 bottle equals 10.
Can I use it?
You need tear to use the tear machine.
Okay. And I can talk to her.
Welcome
Might as
to
well
Frick.
hurry it up.
Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
Oregon, what is
I don't
this,
know.
Fritz?
Frit?
What
A
is
7 to 11 grocery store.
7 to 11 grocery store? Why is it written with 3
They
T's?
think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal Fritta with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken.
Right.
So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
Makes sense.
You mean this?
Mm.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
I approve of this. Very
She
futuristic.
pops her raspberry-flavored bubblegum and nods. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an
You mean this? This is Pop Stars.
Looks like it also
Tell me about this fashion police feature.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish.
There's the numero uno guy in there right now. Does he look like this? Okay, we'll take the prize.
No, I don't think so.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
It could be the fashion police.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode.
Yeah, they're kind of boring, but, you know.
I have some questions.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
Warehouse in the back.
Warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
I mean, someone going to work with leads.
Under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Can you tell me something about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
Do you know the dead man?
Really? No. I didn't know him at all.
How long has it been there?
I don't know, really long.
What do you think happened?
I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay.
Is the story set in modern England? No. The story is set in a fictional world in which, kinda like ours, kinda like an offshoot of what the world might be, where names of places are very similar and people have accents that you might be able to recognize, but everything's just slightly different. They have radio computers, and their lorries work different than our cars, and their guns are a different situation altogether. Very interesting world. Sounds like you listen conversation as if you're walking through town. Oh yeah, probably. Turtle life. Can you tell me anything about this reality?
You mean what reality? Economic reality, or?
I guess economic
don't really
reality.
know anything. I mean, I'm 15.
It's an excellent time to learn about the economic reality.
That's why I'm working my arse off in Frit. So I guess, like, that's economic. I don't know.
Right.
What about it?
Where?
In Frit?
I mean, where are we on a larger scale?
Mankind, or as a nation, or in a good place? I mean, science is doing great, and this radio computer thing seems to be kind of big. I don't know.
What time is
I
it?
don't know. Look at the clock. It's right behind you on the wall.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still. It's apparent the clock doesn't work.
What is the
When
revolution?
ordinary people take over the government and demand democracy.
What about the one in here in Revachol?
Yeah, it happened like 50 years ago or so. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. At
Collation.
history, I mean.
You know what collation
Our
is?
government? Or do you mean something else? Sorry, I really need to finish this article.
Don't bother you with this nonsense anymore. Okay. Good talking. My pizza went off, so I'll be right back. Okay. Yes, it's... I don't know if I can still investigate the body when it's this late. Uno's still here. And, hey. Never forget all the weight of a grown man.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth.
Right.
You seem to be holding your breath.
Look down.
A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in, even through your clenched nostrils.
What? Why is it so bad?
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expect.
Well.
More fever than odor. It fills
That didn't go well.
mind, flushing you from within.
Let's try to walk away. I guess I didn't walk away. Well.
Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
God.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it.
Thanks.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
You think ammonia will help?
You can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor.
Not you?
I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell, unlike you.
Where do we get
The
some?
young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell. If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fridge store nearby.
Alright. So I guess I got Tennant's handkerchief. He told me to keep, so I could technically sell it in order to get a... off my room.
It's snowing again. It felt like springtime just a few days ago.
It's late and you're still here.
I'm a nighthawk. What can I say?
That's just a smile. Do you have any salts?
Sure. I'm done with them. Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
Alright. Thank you. Well, she's still here. Another quick save. Let's talk to the dead body.
Looking right through you with his white eyes.
My
The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell.
My
Written it is all it does now.
endurance didn't even go up.
The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Well, that went well. Ammonia didn't help at all. I don't think I want to be a cop anymore.
Nor does the wind right now.
Lieutenant pats your back rhythmically.
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid fortification. Pat, pat, pat.
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder.
Why can't I keep it in if I've been a cop my whole life?
I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, investigate. Throw up, initial autopsy. Throw up, bag it. Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough. I think I've lost my sense of smell. Not being hungover helps too.
It's bullshit. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be a cop.
You said it. You needed to say it. And now that you have, you need to get your shit together.
Okay. I don't want to.
We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's
Volumetric shit compressor. Not game.
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
Alright. We can't investigate that anymore because I am too much of a vomiting wimp. Now, there are other people I can talk to. And I can also go sell some things. But like, I kind of want to get the lowdown from Kim, but I feel like I'm going to lose an opportunity to maximize my time. I know why I keep quick saving. Let's see if favorite characters here.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. Phaeton, my maiden name.
What exactly is the RCM? I remember hearing it from somewhere.
I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia, the police.
What gave us away?
Honestly, I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Makes sense. Take her hand.
Glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and
Like
cold.
steel. There is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode.
Very unusual.
Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
She appears helpful. Okay. You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
Not a lot of people on boats, are there?
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
There is a pinch of defensiveness in her voice.
Wait.
But it is playful.
We're on an archipelago?
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Caillou again? But we were in Revachol.
And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou.
I haven't seen anyone else on a sail. Oops.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
Does she have a name?
No. It is called Cor de Leyte 19, because that's the type of sloop it is.
Sloop.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Cool, but her boat really needs a name.
Okay. How about Cor de Leyte 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cor de Leyte, and its hull is 19 paces long.
About the sleek fish? That's sleek and fish-like.
I think I'll stick with the factory name, but thank you.
What kind of boat is it?
A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. Okay. Because it was manufactured in
about X something.
Something. The X what?
The ex-wife.
Thank you for the suggestion. I see the word has emotional resonance for you. For me, sadly, none. Okay. Because it was manufactured
about Dolores.
Dolores.
I know, feels pretty.
Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name.
Fine.
But thank you for the suggestion. My sloop, I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking. The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things.
Airships.
And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group
Right.
One of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes.
Indo-tribes.
Awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Okay.
She enjoys talking about the company. It would not hurt to inquire more.
Who are the other Indo-tribes?
Son Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Baptiste. We're in good company, it seems. She does not register the real meaning of the remark. How rich is Wild
I'm not at
Pines?
liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
What exactly is a billion?
It's a number, officer. A big one.
What is it made
It's
of?
made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands.
Wow.
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid.
Right.
Then there are capital improvements, interest payments. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pines get all these billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone
Madness, of
into
course.
this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Probably helps to start out with a royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What does a huge system want with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
8% of all cargo in the world? What an endeavor indeed.
There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
Right.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
What can you tell me about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
What if I want to hear trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade and Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
I will slay this
Good luck.
octopus.
It's only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
Yeah, what's your role in
I
this?
believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organisation now. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
Right.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
What happened to this Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to, how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
What are their
Leaflets
demands?
everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Every worker, a member of the board.
I don't know what to think about that.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
Yours can't be kings. King is king. That's pretty funny.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
What are you going to do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Scabs at the gate. Did you put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to?
Right.
If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Tell me about the union boss, Mr. Clare.
Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Is he that
He
bad?
is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Crime syndicate?
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother.
Right.
And your opinion, detective? if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
Basically a socialist mob?
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
Said something happened in the election.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Eerie?
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
I see.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
That's all I need here. Let's
Of
change
course.
topic.
How else can I help?
Can you tell me about the
Quite a few
lynching?
things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am.
Well.
We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious.
Well.
Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
You remember when my partner told you I suffered from an unusual medical episode? No less badge is related to that.
See. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
It's possible. After a night of heavy drinking, I lost all memory of my life and the world.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
As I said,
Suppose so.
His technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
What kind of arrangement would it be?
mean, favors for favors. A dirty alliance of some sort.
How do I negotiate my way out of this?
Easy. Just offer her a favor. Like I said, nice and dirty.
Surely there's some other way to demonstrate our law enforcement credentials?
If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Like what?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Excuse me for a moment.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How did you hope it
I
would?
was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
So we're henchmen now.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hand.
He doesn't let it show.
It's okay.
But there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
Sorry for putting us in this situation. Should we not investigate the drug?
If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
You could also find my badge.
That would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters. You could request a new one from the station. but that would literally take months.
Okay. Back to Joyce.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with at this late hour?
Don't you ever
In
sleep?
fact, I don't.
Why is that?
I have a medical condition of my own. Nothing unusual, though. I'm old, you see.
I think I have a bit of that
Don't
too.
worry. It's curable. With questions. Ask me some. It'll help pass this night.
Tell me about the
It's
electro
quite straightforward.
trafficking.
Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
Want us to
Yes,
investigate.
but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link. The lorries.
What do you mean?
Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they are vulnerable.
Right.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Okay.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Why didn't you come to the RCM?
On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
No coincidence that the lorries are stranded there like that, is it?
We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue.
I see.
Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Right.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
What proof do you have that the Union is
Why do you
full?
think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of
Makes
local
sense.
businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
Oh, you think the strike is being funded by
Precisely. Smuggled out of that
Rogues.
very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself,
Okay.
though she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
Okay.
Yes?
Well, take the case.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need.
Okay.
In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in.
Reality?
Related to the medical episode. I have trouble remembering the most basic terms of reality.
Yes, the episode.
Yes.
Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy, now that I think of it.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
Yeah, just a lowdown on all of it.
Here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Okay, where are
We're
we?
in Martinez, baby.
Baby.
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I am also a disco holdover.
Aren't we all?
What is
Martinez
Martinez?
is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders.
A brief spike of longing in her upright body. The dots under her eyelids shake.
This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets. Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. The boys certainly did not.
Legend
It's not
C.
really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Are we near the ocean?
We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the blue immensities.
Blue immensities.
Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
What's the name of this island?
Caillou, as you
Caillou.
already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her.
Okay, that's Martinez. What's Revachol?
Revachol is what you call a city. The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Who built
The
this city?
nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile-Marat, depending on your creed.
When was
In
it
the
built?
DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
DeLorean. Why will it resolve
They say
history?
It's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men. We are standing
Why
on a
here?
fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
So we're in an unimportant part of an important place?
I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom, coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Where are we?
Where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
What was that? Yeah, that didn't finish.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Where are
Was
we?
there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am, Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
You're right, Lieutenant.
Better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed.
There.
I'm always at your service.
But I could just keep going, though. Times are
These
these.
are unimportant times, Detective.
Unimportant.
You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. For the big time. The revolution.
What is this revolution?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights.
Who got shot in the
Those
head?
would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloated. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too.
Right.
They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Really a kerfuffle.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it.
We had a deluge, too.
Yes.
In my head.
Thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism. Exacerbated means made worse. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Cowardly king.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Who got the mineral rights?
Got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
The
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, And sur la clé, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
Moralist.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
Moralist?
Moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue.
Oh.
The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
I don't think I am a moralist, ma'am. Not just technically, practically. For a moment, there was hope.
A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean.
When was this
Turn of the
kerfuffle?
Century Revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started
It
it?
wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat.
Pandemic.
A particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain.
Prion.
Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
Prions are brain things, I believe. What did Zarat
Made
do?
people overthrow their governments.
Really?
Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark. From
Where did it
Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
2 years later.
Why?
I'm next.
You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Our lives might be
No
different.
doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
What is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
Right.
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-easlary communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
Like this for how long?
43 years. Hard to fathom, I know.
What have we been doing?
We saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. '08 to '19 was simply hell. The 30s. Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven.
Tax
with the
haven.
international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Were they?
No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And
Right.
here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away.
You don't seem to be thrilled. Hold on. Okay. You don't seem to be
I've no
thrilled.
right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova. This raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just... We could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we'd played it right.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
Yes, you. Who are you in all this? Medical solutions. Sounds like this is drove people mad. Killed more. Made off with the mineral rights. Probably.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago?
Hygiene, modest social care, perhaps a little research program, liquidate rabid. Virus and infestologists who want to kill everyone. Pulverize, privatize healthcare, work ethic. Turn your brain into sponge tissue.
Good hygiene.
You know.
Really.
Wash hands.
A very moderate solution to an extreme problem. It's those sort of half measures that doomed the authorities in Grad.
Right.
When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in. In this particular case, maybe a more robust state response might have been appropriate.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
There is curiosity there that goes unnoticed. Kim takes a step back, absent-mindedly.
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Understandable.
It's enough
They
about
are
the
what they
times.
are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is.
There's
She
so
owes you an
much
answer.
talk to her about, but right now, getting late in game and
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
You seem rich. Can I have some money?
It's what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it? Look at
why
that
not?
lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub.
Nice
Why,
fabrics.
yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry. Wealth and all its possibilities.
Yeah.
Now look at you. You misery-clad simian. Barely able to tie your own laces.
I mean, that's
your
true.
carpets are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too...
Shamed?
Yes. You're too ashamed to ask this person for money. Too scared to belittle yourself in her eyes. Those half-precious stones of Odinel.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Third of billions. Can I have some money?
I am sorry. It just doesn't come out of your mouth. What does is...
Money.
I didn't hear you. Did you say money?
I did.
Of course.
But
Of
that's
course,
it.
Detective. Take care.
All right.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
That's me, Mr. Reasonable. Someone's gotta keep it sane around here.
The air suddenly feels calmer, more transparent in a strangely tender way. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin. But something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
Where is this Kingdom of Conscience?
It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
How do you bring about the circumstance? Incrementally.
History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day.
Incremental progress.
That progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment.
What about all the things that are wrong now?
Tisk tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above the needs of the future.
There.
You may never live to see the Kingdom of Conscience. Your children may not. Even your grandchildren might not. But that's no excuse not to keep working.
Wait, is the Kingdom of Conscience really about doing things, or just preserving the status quo?
Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed?
Yes.
There you have it. Sometimes holding the line is progress.
Yeah, but what's the Kingdom of Conscience actually like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to describe. Partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Sounds incredible, Alonzi. Go there right now. Yeah.
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow?
Okay, let's get there eventually.
That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, a long time from now, we are all going to be so much happier.
So much happier.
Remote Viewers Division.
Not complete.
It is done. You've broken loose from the confines of modern science and into the vault of extrasensory knowledge from exotic cultures. Mankind has always searched for a means to break the shackles restraining the mind. Some practice meditation. Some take like a ton of DMT. You apparently only need to rub your temples, and bam, the ether opens before you, presenting its dark secrets. Entities in the void, making contact. Definitely not just because you're rubbing your temples and talking to yourself.
Definitely not. Difficulty to all. -1 difficulty to all psychic passives. -1 to trauma, because all black. I mean... Let's go with... Why not? Go to unlock a new slot. Right. Have to spend skill points to unlock slots. Don't know, can I have multiple going? Let's do Kingdom of Conscience. Or as I can. Used all my skill points to get more thoughts in. Ethendo tribe. Let's do White Morning. Ethendo tribe. Okay. I have a lot of things going. For some reason, I always thought only do one at a time. Guess that's not the case. Okay, almost have enough money. Are you okay? He's the job for every man, apparently. Do a quick save. Look to cart.
Can I help you?
Here's your key back.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
And the victim's
How
clothes.
strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Maybe you don't remember putting them there. Sleepwalking or in a fugue state.
Fugue states are more your forte, officer.
True. Someone in your staff have put them there?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene. The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt to be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyway.
Thanks.
Yes.
About the money.
Yes. Have you got it?
Wondering if we could come to some sort of agreement for tonight.
Does that include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I'll pay you back tomorrow. I'm an almost cop.
Officer, you must understand that I cannot take you at your word without evidence. Evidence being money. You can't stay here without money.
You'll have the key, you know.
Like trying to use it.
All in the back of the counter.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
This conversation isn't going well.
Bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here. Yes, have you got it?
How much do I owe you?
30 real. Like what?
Okay, goodbye. Sorry about the skim.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage.
Tap on the fuel.
As you tap on the gauge,
preheater.
The indicator pin jerks as if startled.
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
4 shiny.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What are these
They are
things?
spinner hubcaps. Frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
A vanity he wouldn't mind.
What do you mean
A
confiscate?
couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
So you took a spinner.
I took them, and arrested him for driving under the influence.
I get it.
That they are.
Would have
I was going to
confiscated them
take them
too.
into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Do you want to put these spinners on your machine?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Yes, outrageously
He
cool.
flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
Only right that we sell them. Or you have to sell these because
As
of
I
me.
said, they are useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
But thank you.
Something about a pawn
Yes,
shop.
There's one 100 meters south of here. I think it's called Roy's Nest or something. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
I'm gonna leave you with the
Let's not take them
spinners.
now. Then come back once we realize we have to. Have this conversation again, and then take them.
Okay. Okay, Kim. Got a plan.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your copo type.
There are capo types?
Yes. Guess what's yours?
The cool cop.
No, you're the sorry cop.
Oh.
Who's sorriest? Let's make it official then. Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here.
Won't the other capo types be
What?
jealous?
Jealous of the sorry cop? I
Yeah.
think they'll be fine. Don't worry. They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay.
I'm sorry.
Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million. That won't happen.
That'd be nice. Okay. I have something I can sell. Isn't Kim's property. A lot of stuff here. To look at. Okay.
If you don't mind, please put the flashlight away. Some of us have photonic sensitivities.
Sorry about that.
I do appreciate it.
Okay.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop.
Mm-hmm.
What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Feel like I'm interrupting you.
No, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately, RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained. Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
Right.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
There's something you're not telling me?
You weren't quiet yourself, officer.
Was I like?
You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money.
Right.
When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
How much did I sell it for?
15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to
15.
Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he hopes this tableau might still turn out to be a bad dream. It's not, though. This has got to be the most. Wow. There's pity there, too. In case you didn't notice.
Happens to the best of
It
us.
certainly does. Especially in Revachol.
Was the buyer a policeman, too?
She didn't seem like a policeman. Although she kept referring to herself as a pig. Which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive. But I was just happy to get rid of it. And of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right.
So, let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Yes.
Miraculously. His face does not reveal what's happening inside.
Only one explanation, she must be one of my rabid fans. Maybe she's a vigilante and wanting to prove she can do our jobs better than we can. Vigilante.
It's possible in these parts of town. We ought to find her and discourage her from taking justice into her own hands.
He looks around worried. Any idea?
Apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
Of course.
Sounds good. I'll ask him about some of the other things later. Try the electrochemistry.
Okay. He definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it. And many other things besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer. A guarded man like him wouldn't tell you if you asked out loud.
Something I'd like to sell. Check my pockets.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I'm gonna sell this antique. Doesn't like having guns. But it's too late now. I don't have anything to sell. Okay. Business to attend to.
Volumetric ship compressor.
Let's compress it.
Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
Okay. Bonuses from thought, all endurance white checks unlocked, and cap for endurance raised to 4. Okay. Get out of here then. And we have enough to pay off debts. Save Kim's car.
Can I help you?
About the
Yes.
money.
Have you got it?
I have your
Well,
money. Here it is. Sorry for the trouble.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow.
9 p.m. tomorrow.
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you? Another thing. Great. I love those.
Saw a sign that said I couldn't go into the kitchen.
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business.
I might be.
You're a menace. Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the real cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must. Yes?
Okay. Goodbye. Okay, we need to go debrief. Hopefully he'll actually allow a debrief.
Yes?
How do I... You're calling it a day. Okay. I guess I have to possibly go to my, room. Another quick save, just in case.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Good night, Lieutenant.
You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Okay. I might...
The air outside is brisk.
In the stream.
The lieutenant is silent for a moment.
Once
He listens to the traffic hum.
Day turns over.
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
He lights a cigarette. And now you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Right.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You might want to pick up smoking. Do you have any cigarettes? That's so cool, Kim.
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
I might want to pick up smoking.
I
Anymore?
apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes.
Alright then. Debrief.
It's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
You were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down when we approached the hangman. So we didn't even inspect the body. And there's still much to do at the crime scene too. We didn't search it thoroughly enough.
He would have put all of this more harshly, but he doesn't want you to feel completely discouraged. Probably because he's afraid that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
I'll be in much better shape
I
tomorrow.
look forward to that. As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We tried to interview the White Band's rep, but she asked us to do something for her first. Fine, so be it. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I don't like to waste time, you know. Mine moves fast, the rest has to try to keep up.
It's impressive, to say the least. For a man your age, especially.
Right.
Those are some stylish shoes too, by the way. Those loafers. Must be hard to run indoors like you do.
Right. I'll suddenly. What are our powers exactly?
Limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Right. Doesn't, why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Wouldn't that be easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Okay, what
you
else?
You can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
How can you be sure the arrestee will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
And if someone resists?
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
Not strongly admonished not to abuse that power. If I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
What happens to the people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
Perhaps on his coat pocket where he keeps his notes. And who makes all the rules? Coalition government?
The international community's mission in Revachol, and the moral intern more broadly.
Moral
the
intern.
RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
So leave it on the window below.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was the citizens.
Sentimental, if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
What is the moral intern?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
If I didn't know, how would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
They believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago.
Humanist?
They are just technocrats.
What is their symbol?
Question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Right.
Something ominous.
Who is Dolores Day?
Historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
Right. What do you think of them?
Moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the moral intern?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad. But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
Right. I have an opinion on the moral intern. Arches his brow, pulls a cigarette, slim thing between his fingers. Bad out there, we need them here, giving us the right to police Rivershell. An awful job. Your stooges, immigrants, liberals. Second thought, I don't have an opinion. We need them here, giving us the right.
We would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
Right. Actually, vigilante sounds okay with me. Vigilante sounds bad.
Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez. Most of them, at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
Let's look into the night.
Dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they
It's
like
our
this?
fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts.
And in Jamrock and ARIH?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Right. Captain Bartholomew Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Seagulls fly overhead. The sky is black. Captain Price wears a black suit and a standard patrol coat as he mounts the horse to head home. Rows of houses on either side, hunching over the sidewalks, and Precinct 41 with its dome roof growing distant. Around him, the streets are silent. A kid on the corner waves at the captain as he takes the turn on Petition and Main. The horse neighs. The captain nods back. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
Investigation will help improve the situation here. At least do some good.
But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Yeah, incremental change.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Thanks for this, Kim. Self-righteous critique. Authority. Noise, jamais-vous. Okay. Me equip. You in the morning. Bye. Okay. Let's this. See if I can fix
A
this.
mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The chain cutters slip out of your hands.
That didn't work.
Attempt to twist.
Again. Save game. Now, time for bed.
It's cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Rowan.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
Right.
And then sleep doesn't come.
But I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly.
Check the blanket.
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Go over to the other side.
Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Who killed him? Oh.
Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
Your thoughts fall asleep now.
Steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Oh no. Well? Seems to be a disco light. It's me.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
What is this?
It says on the can, Harry. Answer the question.
I don't remember
Do
nothing.
you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Who are you?
You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life?
Who?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
I was left.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you.
Right.
Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get it all back.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
What is Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the Islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history.
This...
You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
Again. Never seen you before.
You haven't. You're just sleep talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
I'm trying to solve the case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
There's another type of hangover?
Oh, yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Of course.
Good going, buddy.
What? What was that?
Just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What's going on with me?
Why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Why is this
It's
happening?
just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more.
Not speed.
Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
What is speed?
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple.
I can take this. I'm not going to go looking for it.
Sure. Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days. Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
Lie. I can do this without speed. If the town won't be dead.
Slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
That's fine. Okay. That said, that done. I think I will call it good. That's going to be it for me today. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you all have a great day. Not sure when I'm going to stream next, but I do really want to get this... go through those sooner rather than later. Because of all the Disco Elysium stuff. Shenanigans. There are right holders. All that. Anyways. I hope you all have a great day, and please take care. Until next time.